Konoha East Uchiha is very cautious. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476 Peaceful Thoughts. The next day. What a rare guest. I didn't expect that the Hokage would show up at the Hokage building at this time. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade, who was working part-time to pay off her debts, looked up at Toshiro, who was dressed casually, and her words were full of sarcasm. Even her bright eyes were burning with fire when she looked at Toshiro. You've come just in time. There are some border disputes with the land of Earth here, so I'll leave it to the Hokage to deal with. And these are about condolences to the families of the victims, and all of these require the Hokage to come in person. It was rare for this guy to show up, so Tsunade didn't hesitate at all and handed a large stack of documents to Toshiro. These documents all recorded the names of the victims in the border conflicts between the land of Earth and Konoha over the past quarter, and their home addresses. Toshiro, who was acting like a hands-off boss, looked at Tsunade, who was full of resentment, and coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. Well, I came here this time to solve these problems from the root. As soon as he saw these documents, he had a headache. He really wasn't a person who liked to deal with trivial matters. As soon as he saw these documents, he felt a little headache. Solve these problems? Tsunade sneered at Toshiro's words. How could such a thing be solved? Even if his grandfather was alive, there was no way to solve this kind of mutual testing between countries. Ah, are we not too late? Just as Tsunade was about to continue speaking and mock Toshiro for overestimating his own abilities, a group of people entered the Hokage's office again. Jiraiya, Elder, and Yuan. Why are you here? Looking at the few people who came in, Tsunade was obviously a little surprised. And Jiraiya, when did you return to the village? Not to mention Uchiha and Mimori Yuan. Jiraiya actually showed up too. Didn't this guy go out of the village to look for the Child of Destiny again? Haha. Tsunade, long time no see. You are still so beautiful. After looking Tsunade up and down, Jiraiya continued. No, I should say you are more elegant. As he spoke, Jiraiya came close to Tsunade, with a pig-like look on his face, and the words I love you were almost written on his face. As for the question asked by Tsunade, he had already thrown it behind his mind. Idiot, I'm asking you something serious. Tsunade punched Jiraiya so hard that he could only gasp. Well, I don't know much about it. The Hokage contacted me and said that he had something important to discuss with me, and it was about world peace. Rubbing his slightly painful shoulder, Jiraiya twitched his mouth. Fortunately, the problem should not be big. Since Tsunade settled in Konoha, he stayed in the village for a while, and was caught by Tsunade again to collect materials. Facing the furious Tsunade, for the sake of his life, he finally fled. Considering that the village was not very safe, he started his journey again. This time, he was hurriedly called back by Toshiro, and he did not know the specific hidden situation. Oh, I don't know what insight the Hokage has, but it can actually solve the conflicts in the ninja world. I will wait and see. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade turned her gaze to Toshiro, crossed her arms, and looked at Toshiro with a smile on her face. She said she would wait and see, but there was no expectation in her eyes, but a sense of watching a joke. In her opinion, the conflicts between the major countries in the ninja world were impossible to resolve. Even with the strength of her grandfather, all she could do was to ensure peace in a certain area. As for the whole world, she could not take care of it at all. And Toshiro, he was just a young man in his early 20s. Apart from his strong strength, he was useless. He dared to say that he could bring peace to the world. Did he think that the Hokage before him were just eating for nothing? Really? He has a broad mind. This was the common voice of all the men in the Hokage's office. Of course, they were not talking about Toshiro, but, as Tsunade folded her arms, all the men in the room, not just Jiraiya, looked at each other at the same time. More precisely, they looked at her strengths. It had nothing to do with age. As long as he was a man, no one could ignore Tsunade's greatness. Gurgle. With a sound of swallowing saliva, Tsunade's eyes shuttled back and forth between Toshiro and Jiraiya, and the contempt in her eyes was not concealed. "Tsk, now your true nature is exposed." Tsunade curled her lips in disdain. She was not surprised by the reactions of Jiraiya and Toshiro, and at the same time, she also confirmed in her heart that the peace plan mentioned by Toshiro was simply a joke. Could it be that there are some rumors about you, the Hokage, spreading in the village recently, so you come up with this nonsense to fool people? As if she had thought of something, Tsunade looked at Toshiro with a look full of suspicion and teasing. As the Hokage, since taking office, except for leading the village to win the war with the Mist Ninja at the beginning, after returning to the village, he began to be a hands-off boss. It's not that there are no rumors in the village, and some people intentionally or unintentionally go along with it, making this matter a topic of conversation among the villagers after dinner. Well, let's talk about peace. To be honest, Jiraiya is thick-skinned. He laughed at Tsunade's eyes and wanted to turn the matter over. Yeah, did something go wrong during the transmission of the message from the Hokage? To be honest, it was Uchiha Hidea, this Uchiha clan member, who saw that the atmosphere in the office was a little awkward, and hurriedly gave his own Hokage a way out. It's not in vain that Toshiro promoted him, a clan member, to the position of assistant to the Hokage. No, Jiraiya is exaggerating. Facing the suspicious eyes around him, especially Tsunade, who had a playful expression on her face, Toshiro did not get angry. After explaining, he invited everyone to sit down together. As for those rumors, he did not take them to heart at all. Although some of them were pushing the boat with the current, what the other party said was all true. He was not so lazy that he could not stand a few words of gossip from others. He took out a few documents and handed them to everyone, and Toshiro did not say a word. This ninja world has been fighting and killing each other for thousands of years. In everyone's heart, they long for peace, but everyone knows that peace is just a perversion, and constant disputes are the norm in this world. And no matter how strong a person is, he can only protect a village or a country. Outside the range of his own power, he is powerless to go to places farther away. After the death of the first generation, why did Madara not jump out to unify the world, but chose to implement the Moon Eye plan? On the one hand, he was old, and another reason was that he knew that he could not deal with those local snakes at all. There are too many forces that are deeply rooted in his own land, and the relationship with the local society is too complicated. Even if he kills people, it will not be of much use. If others cannot defeat him, they can just run away. It is impossible to kill them all. As the saying goes, one should do his job. Since he has become the Hokage, it is his duty to bring some changes to the world and let the ninjas under him experience less separation and death. Of course, there is another reason. As the Hokage, although he can push most of the government affairs to Tsunade, however, he needs to pay attention to some matters such as border disputes, mutual probing between ninja villages, intelligence infiltration, etc. These things are often accompanied by sacrifice. At his current level, he is not a person who fears sacrifice, but as the Hokage, he always has to comfort the families of the sacrificed ninjas from time to time. Every time at this time, even if he has trained a heart of stone. After all, he came from the modern era, and he always feels a little bit sorry to see those orphans and widows. After reading this document, everyone present did not rush to speak, and began to think about whether the plan in the document is feasible. Even Tsunade, who had always been skeptical, frowned slightly and began to think silently. After a long time, the Hokage's plan seems feasible. As the oldest person present, Uchiha Hidea was the first to speak out in support. He was the leader of the moderate faction in the Uchiha clan. Not to mention that Toshiro's plan itself was very good and very consistent with his three views. Even if Toshiro's opinion was a piece of shit, he might support it. How about give it a try? As Uchiha Hidea spoke, Mimura Yamaki on the side was unwilling to be left behind and took over. He also felt that the Hokage's idea was very worth implementing. If this could succeed, not to say that wars could be completely eliminated, at least it could greatly reduce the disputes in the ninja world. The most perfect thing is that Toshiro's method does not require too many resources or a big fight. Even if it fails, There will not be much loss. You can try it. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at each other and nodded at the same time, especially Tsunade. The look she gave Toshiro suddenly became very complicated. She didn't expect that Toshiro, who had always thrown government affairs to her, would actually come up with such a peace plan. Could it be that she had misunderstood him these days? He was not actually being lazy, but had been thinking about major issues related to peace. Glancing at Jiraiya next to her, Tsunade couldn't help but have a little doubt in her heart. Could it be that even perverts have a heart that yearns for peace? Not only Tsunade, but everyone present looked at Toshiro with very complicated expressions, especially Uchiha, who was mixed with excitement, relief, and pride. Although Toshiro became Hokage, how to say it, he always gives people a feeling that he got the position illegitimately. He became Hokage by forcing the third Hokage to abdicate with his own strength, instead of getting everyone's approval to become Hokage. If this thing can be done, Toshiro's becoming Hokage can be said to be a matter of course. Chapter 477 Sister? Walking out of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the cold expressions of the Konoha ninjas around him, and looked back. What he saw was still the familiar building. However, the owner inside had changed. Looking at the Konoha ninjas around him who were mostly full of expectations, and the still prosperous streets in the distance, he looked a little lonely. The world will continue to operate as usual without anyone, even him, the Hokage who has served for many years. Without him, Konoha will still be prosperous, and even better. Sarutobi, do you really believe the nonsense that Uchiha Toshiro said? Uchiha Koharu, who was right next to Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked at the people around them who were avoiding them. She said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a tone of unwillingness, what about for the peace of the ninja world? It's just a lie. I don't know how many times we have said this when we were on stage. Isn't it just a pie in the sky? As a former assistant to the Hokage, she didn't know how many times she had done this when she was in office, and she had never seen these Konoha ninjas so excited. And these people dare to ignore us like this. This must be Uchiha Toshiro's order to do this. In the past, she was always the center of attention wherever she went. But now, not only did these Konoha ninjas ignore her, but sometimes the younger generations of the family came to her to complain. They just had some conflicts with others after drinking and injured them, and were arrested by the security forces. There are also many shops run by the clan members, which are almost out of business because of the squeeze of the merchants next to them. She went to the Hokage building and the security forces to find out the situation in person, but these people actually disdained her, which made her learn what the office speed of Konoha is. What's more damning is that these people just let 1 or 2 new employees send her away, and they didn't even bother to see her. How could she bear this? These people who curry favor with the powerful. If I had known earlier, I should have sent them all to the front line as cannon fodder. In the past, it was not her turn to worry about such things, and the people below would definitely handle these things properly. It simply could not reach her ears. Koharu, this is reality. Sighing, the Sandaime knew more than Uchiha Koharu. For so many years, they have been in high positions, and many things have been covered up by the people below. Because of their protection, the clan members have been somewhat arrogant over the years, which has caused a lot of trouble. This time when he stepped down, many people began to dig up old scores and sent many people to prison. This is just a small matter. The most important thing is that many materials in the village that were originally supplied by their families have started to look for new suppliers. In addition, the gambling houses, kabukicho, arms and other industries that originally paid protection fees to their families have all paid the money to the Uchiha clan. This has caused their family income to drop sharply, and a large number of people have been cleared out from the government system and management positions. These people are used to living a comfortable life. How can they withstand the high-intensity battles in the mission? Now they are all idle in the family. We should slowly get used to this kind of life. There is no way. They are no longer the rulers of Konoha, and it is normal for those interests that should not belong to them to leave them. Although the family is much more difficult than before, fortunately the Hokage did not deliberately suppress us, which is already very good. They are the parties who know best what attitude they had towards Uchiha in the past. When Uchiha was in the most difficult time, the family's funds had bottomed out, and even buying kunai and shrieking from the cat grandmother was on credit. Now that Uchiha has come to power, it is considered generous of the Hokage not to retaliate twice. You should also ask the clan members to be more obedient. After this incident, the Hokage's attitude towards us will not be as indifferent as before. Sarutobi Hiruzen can see clearly that Toshiro has just come to power not long ago, so it is not easy to call for war and killing these people, and there is still some tolerance. But as time goes by, Uchiha Toshiro's position as Hokage is getting more and more stable. If these people still don't know how to be honest, jumping around in Toshiro's sight, there will be no good results waiting for them. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen tightened the pipe in his hand, ignored his old friends, and disappeared on the street alone. He left those people who lost their rights because of fate and looked a little lonely, looking at each other in bewilderment. Jiraiya, don't you consider staying in Konoha? In the Hokage's office, Toshiro looked as the white-haired middle-aged man below, nodded to the side, and the look in his eyes was self-evident. In the direction he pointed, Tsunade, Shizune and Chi were chatting enthusiastically. They didn't notice his actions at all. I still need to think about it. Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade, and his expression became a little tangled. Obviously, whether to follow the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage and search for the Child of Destiny all over the world, or to guard his own white moonlighting the village. A fierce conflict arose in his heart. You deserve to be single until death. With a pound, Toshiro still had a good impression of the CP of Tsunade and Jiraiya. If possible, he would not recommend promoting their marriage, but since Jiraiya is not up to the task, he deserves to be single for the rest of his life. There is no problem in the village this time, but the message delivery is a problem. It's easy to deal with other villages, but I plan to let you go to the two big villages of Rock and Cloud in person. He is not a person who acts arbitrarily. For this matter involving the peace of the entire ninja world, he convened an enlarged meeting. He summoned all the important people in Konoha to discuss his peace plan together. After 3 days, it seems that the response is still very good. Everyone has great expectations for the plan proposed by the Hokage. The trouble now is that in order to accomplish this, a meeting of the 5 Kages must be convened. It's easy to deal with the Sand Ninja and the Mist Ninja, but if an ordinary ninja goes to deliver the message to the Cloud Ninja and the Rock Ninja, something unexpected may happen. It's better to ask an old hand like Jiraiya to come forward. Okay. Jiraiya only hesitated for a moment and agreed to the task. Seeing that the other party nodded in agreement, Toshiro didn't hesitate and directly picked up 2 scrolls from the desk and handed them to him. On the other side, Naruto, who had just returned home, looked at the little girl in front of him and the woman who looked a bit like his mother. He widened his blue eyes and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Naruto, this is your sister Karen. Don't bully her in the future. It only took 1 day to go to Kushinaga village, but it took Kushina 3 days to return to the village with Minako and her daughter. Sister, looking at the little girl wearing glasses and then looking at his mother, little Naruto's head was full of question marks. He was a little surprised why everyone had the last name Uzumaki, but he didn't have red hair. Hello, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. You can follow me in the future. If someone bullies you, then tell me my name. Naruto was still quite cheerful, just a little entangled. He had already thrown these troubles behind his mind. He showed a sunny smile to the girl who had just arrived in a strange environment and seemed a little timid. My name is Uzumaki Karen. Looking at her mother, Karen continued, please take care of me in the future. Originally in the land of grass, in order to try to conceal their identities as Uzumaki people, Minako and Karen did not mention their last names. This time in Konoha, under Kushina's suggestion, they no longer need to be cautious. Bang! It hurts. Mom, why did you hit me? Naruto was hit on the head by Kushina's punch. Tears welled up in his eyes in pain. What do you mean by hanging out with you? When did you learn to be so social? Kushina, who had studied in the ninja school, knew the atmosphere there too well. But her son had gradually become like this, and she really couldn't stand it. But looking at Karen and her son next to her, she still suppressed her anger and said, and this Aunt Minako, she is Mom's sister, you have to treat her like your mother, understand? Thinking of Minako's physical condition, Kushina felt a little sad. Although she was not a professional doctor, she could still feel that Minako was weak. When she thought of this, she could not stay at home any longer. Tsunade, the big sister, didn't know if there was any good way to make up for it and let Minako recover some vitality. Naruto, take Karen to familiarize herself with the surrounding environment. Mom still needs to go to the Hokage building. Kushina smiled at Karen, who was hiding behind Minako, and rushed to the Hokage building. On the one hand, she wanted to find Tsunade, hoping that he had a solution to Minako's physical condition. Another thing was to thank the Hokage. She knew that the reason why the Hokage told her the news about Minako and her son was because she still had Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The Hokage wanted to win over the mother and son, but she accepted it happily. When she thought of the hideous and ugly wound on Minako's body, her heart felt as if it was cut by a knife. At the same time, she was also slightly dissatisfied with the Sandaime who did nothing. She was no longer the little girl who was devoted to her lover. 7 or 8 years of being a single mother had made her lose her youthfulness and innocence. She knew that if the Sandaime wanted to, he would be able to find the survivors of the Whirlpool country, but he had never done this in all these years. Moreover, when she went to see the Hokage this time, she also hoped that Tawashiro could help her keep an eye on the Uzumaki people who were in a miserable situation. Chapter 478 Evolution. Again, as Jiraiya took on the task regarding the proposal made by Tawashiro, the village leaders discussed some of the terms again. However, he himself focused his attention on another matter. In a valley surrounded by trees and mountains, Tawashiro looked at a simple thatched hut below and turned his sight to the thin boy beside him. It has been confirmed that Old Purple is living in seclusion here, holding a kunai with a special symbol in his hand. Ichi looked at the Hokage beside him, his tone still indifferent. Very good. Looking at this genius boy, Tawashiro continued, the rest of the things don't need you to do. After saying this, Tawashiro narrowed his eyes and began to sense the situation around 10 kilometers. Sure enough, after a little sensing, he sensed a familiar chakra underground not far from the thatched hut. Without any nonsense, he jumped to the vicinity of the thatched hut, and a blue-green light flashed in his hand. A straight blade extended directly from Tawashiro's hand to a depth of 10 meters underground. How did you find me? As the chakra under Tawashiro's feet surged, a straight rock pillar rose from the ground. In the middle of the rock pillar, a pale-skinned white Zetsu looked down at the wound on his chest, then looked up at Tawashiro with an indifferent expression. He asked the question in his heart with difficulty, then twitched twice and died. Who is it? Tawashiro's blatant behavior naturally could not be hidden from the owner of the thatched cottage. In fact, when Tawashiro just appeared, he had discovered something. He originally thought that it was the Anbu of the Iwagakure village and did not act rashly, but after seeing Tawashiro's actions clearly, he breathed a sigh of relief, but he was also a little confused about the other party's identity. Especially after seeing Tawashiro's actions, his head was full of question marks. However, he knew that he was being monitored. What is that white thing? Looking at the dead white Zetsu, Lao Zi concealed his surprise and focused his eyes on Dong Shilang. At the same time, his hand had already touched the ninja bag behind him. Really alert. Hearing Lao Zi's words, Dong Shilang turned his head to look at his target at this time. You are. Lao Zi only felt a scarlet light flashing in front of his eyes, and then his eyelids became heavier and heavier. However, before he fainted, he recognized that the person who came was a ninja from the Uchiha clan, but it was too late. Gurgle. As Lao Zi fell, waves of red chakra emerged from the other party. Be honest. Dong Shilang shouted lightly, ignoring the changes in Lao Zi's body, and walked to the other party in 3 or 2 steps. As Dong Shilang approached, the chakra that was originally a little unstable and would occasionally bubble up from time to time quickly retracted into Lao Zi's abdomen like a receding tide. Time passed slowly, and when the sun was about to set, what happened to me? Just after opening his eyes, Lao Zi was a little confused. After rolling over and getting up from the ground, Lao Zi took out the kunai and began to look around. Who did this? After scanning the surroundings, Lao Zi stopped his gaze not far from the hut, looking at the traces of earth escape left at the original place. He confirmed again that there was no one around and that he was normal. Lao Zi began to be suspicious. Could it be that the Iwagakuranbu came here, and then he was caught unknowingly? In the end, he was driven away by the four tails in his body. Lao Zi, who had no memory of the matter, tried to communicate with the four tails several times without success, and finally took a lingering look at the surrounding environment. He walked away helplessly. This place should be exposed, and he couldn't stay there any longer. As Lao Zi's figure slowly disappeared, a small ninja in the distance, which he could not see, put away the telescope in his hand. It seems I'm overthinking. Akaiichi was afraid that his Hokage would do something bad, so he had been observing Lao Zi silently from a distance. After seeing that the other party was indeed fine, he relaxed. At this time, Toshiro, who had returned to Konoha, turned a blind eye to the Hokage building, which was still brightly lit. Coming to his basement, looking at the scroll in his hand and the 8 strange containers in front of him, his face was full of a smile of satisfaction. In this underground it was as bright as daylight. The scattered experimental equipment had been cleared away by Toshiro. Coupled with the high dome, the entire basement seemed unusually empty, except for the center. The 9 altars arranged along a circle were empty. On each of these 9 altars, there was a container painted with sealing spells. 9 altars, 9 containers, and 8 of them contained 8 balls of chakra each. The colors of these chakras were different. Some were like a ball of sand that kept flowing, accompanied by the whistling wind, turning into a group of small sandstorms that kept rotating. Some of them are like a ball of deep blue flame, quietly burning in these sealed containers, emitting cold flames. Among them, there is even a beam of light emitting colorful phosphorescence, which emits a charming light like a rainbow as the angle changes, and so on. He opened the sealing scroll in his hand and put one of the hot, red chakras into the sealed container. Dong Shilang looked at the 9-tailed chakra that was finally collected, and looked at these chakras of different sizes, and began to ponder. Among these 9 chakras, the first 9-tailed chakra, the volume has expanded nearly 3 times compared to when he first collected it. Even the 3-tailed chakra that was collected not long ago, after it was placed in the sealed container, its volume increased by nearly 1/10. Can I study the topic of how the tailed beasts have physical bodies? The tailed beasts were originally a special chakra. They not only have consciousness, but also have physical bodies. How do their chakras transform into physical bodies? Yin escape from nothing, combined with yang escape, from Orochimaru's reincarnation. He has roughly known how to make chakra carry his own consciousness, or soul. If he can get a way to transform chakra into flesh, can he try to combine the two and try to become an immortal? Isn't this better than world peace, heroes and beauties? Another thing, the chakra of the tailed beasts will begin to expand and increase unconsciously. Is it absorbing the natural energy around it that is free in the world? Could these chakras be another manifestation of natural energy? The 10 tails itself can directly absorb natural energy, and in the original work, when Naruto entered the Sage Demon and began to perceive the 10 tails, he also perceived nature itself. Can this be understood as the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts being decomposed from natural energy? Is it itself a lower-level natural energy? No, it shouldn't be low-level natural energy. It should be said that it is one of the properties of natural energy. Being able to separate these different properties of wind, sand, water, fire, lava, etc. from the chakra of the 10 tails shows that natural energy itself contains this energy. It's just that these energies are mixed together, so I can't tell them apart. Susanoo. After figuring this out, Dong Shilang didn't hesitate and summoned Susanoo directly. Swish. This red chakra giant had a chakra sword in his hand and slashed at the chakra on the altar. Roar. From these chakras, a group of chakra belonging to the 9-tailed beasts was cut out with one sword. Susanoo roared, then opened his big mouth and swallowed the 9 groups of chakra into his mouth one by one. First, the 1 tail, then the 2, 3, 4, until the 9-tailed chakra was swallowed into Susanoo's mouth one by one. Don Shiro suddenly felt a throbbing sensation coming from his eyes, or rather, from the depths of his soul, which slowly began to spread from his eyes to his entire body. This feeling, being in Susanoo, Don Shiro's mouth cracked, and a wanton smile slowly spread from the corner of his mouth to his entire face. Ha, 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 this really worked. He could feel this throbbing, which was a signal that his Sharingan had begun to evolve again. How could he not laugh out loud? It turns out that synthesizing the Ten-Tails chakra is so simple. Just merge the chakras of the nine-tailed beasts together. During this experiment, Don Shiro was afraid that there would be some accidents, so he deliberately used an Izanagi on himself. But now it seems that it was completely unnecessary. There is no problem with the chakra ratio, which is really surprising. He originally thought that in order to synthesize the chakra of the Ten-Tails, he had to test the chakra ratio. He had a headache for a while because of this. From 1 to 9, there are so many different proportions that need to be experimented with. He alone, even with the help of the shadow clones, can't handle it at all. It was just a flash of inspiration just now, and he could actually synthesize it directly. This is really unexpected. This is really, ha ha ha. Another burst of crazy laughter. Laughing and laughing, Toshiro was stunned on the spot as if someone was strangling his neck. Am I a little too excited? This shouldn't be the case. Putting away his Susanoo, Toshiro closed his eyes and sensed for a while, then his whole face became extremely dark. The mental fluctuations are becoming active again. Touching his forehead, Toshiro groaned almost weakly. He never expected that his mental energy, which had only been calmed down for a few years, would become unstable again. The evolution path of the Sharingan is really crazy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479 Opportunity. Ninja School. In the classroom. Shiro Mizuno, please accept my challenge. With long hair and white pupils, Hyuga Neji looked serious. He had to be serious, as he had fought with this transfer student several times, but he failed every time. He was not a person who would admit defeat, and after returning home, he begged his father to help him with special training. However, when the teacher arranged for him to fight with Shiro again, Shiro refused. How could he be convinced? I'm very sorry for causing you trouble. Shiro, wearing a long white dress, with her hair tied into a bun and wrapped in a white headscarf, bowed to Neji with an apologetic face. Looking at the bandage on Neji's hand, he felt a little guilty. He didn't expect that he would cause so much trouble to the other party, and that he would be injured and bruised after the special training after returning home. Ah, Shiro is so cute. Ninjutsu, you are not allowed to hurt Shiro. A group of crazy female classmates in the class looked at this sight with shining eyes when they saw Shiro bowing his head to apologize. With his quiet temperament and elegant behavior, there were also some bold girls who threatened Nesai one by one. Ninjutsu, even if you are the young master of the Hyuga family, if you dare to hurt Shiro, we will not forgive you. Of course, as the previous head of the grade, Nesai is not without supporters. You bunch of idiots. Nesai and Shiro are just ordinary sparring. Why are you worried? A girl with two buns on her head was really angry and annoyed when she saw the female classmates in her class turn to support Shiro. On the one hand, she was a little angry that these idiot classmates of hers turned to support Shiro one by one, and on the other hand, she was glad that she had fewer competitors. What did you say? After a while, before Shiro and Nesai, who were at the center of the incident, had fought, their supporters had already quarreled. Both Bei and Neji had a headache after seeing this scene. Everyone. It's almost time. It's time to go home. Looking at the girls around him who started to quarrel to defend themselves, Bei had a headache and didn't know how to deal with it. He joined this class and soon gained the attention of almost everyone in the class because of his handsome appearance and gentle temperament. After he defeated Neji, who was the head of the class, this attention slowly began to escalate. Love letters and the like were commonplace. Some even took advantage of the crowd to take advantage of him. This kind of enthusiasm made Bei feel overwhelmed. Although he was a little annoyed, Bei didn't hate his classmates. Maybe this is what the Hokage said, it is an experience in life. Since he came to the land of fire, He has been asked by the Hokage to live his own life and experience different things. After a period of confusion, he slowly seemed to understand the deep meaning of the Hokage. I'm back. After dealing with some trivial matters at school, Bei finally returned to Dong Shilang's house after getting rid of the entanglement of those female classmates. Bei took off his shoes at the entrance, hung up his school bag, and was about to enter the door. He stopped in his tracks, and then stood there in a daze. He looked towards Dong Shilang's bedroom with some doubts. There was a sound of applause coming from there. However, Bei, who was still relatively simple-minded, was just surprised for a moment, and then went into the kitchen to get busy. After almost a year of training, he has become a very good chef. Where is Anchi? Bei just came into the living room with a plate of hot dishes, and saw Dong Shilang alone. He was a little surprised. Why was there only Dong Shilang alone? Your Anchi has something at home, and she has gone back. Looking at Bei's pure crystal eyes, even with Dong Shilang's thick skin, his old face blushed. It was also because of the chakra of the 10 tails that made his body function surge, and time was delayed for a while. Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama is back. Just when Tawashiru was a little embarrassed, a figure wearing a cloak appeared in Tawashiru's living room and resolved the embarrassment. Is Jiraiya back? Hearing the other party's words, Tawashiru raised his eyebrows. Bei, I won't eat at home today. After saying this, Tawashiru stood up and went to the Hokage building. Since Jiraiya is back, it means that the letter he gave to the other party has been delivered to the Tsuchikage and the Raikage. Sure enough, when he came to the Hokage's office, several Hokage assistants were there, waiting for him. The Hokage, Jiraiya, Oinaki and I, how do they react? At this time, more than 10 days had passed since Tawashiru handed the letter to Jiraiya. Logically speaking, it would be impossible for Jiraiya to spend so much time delivering the letter personally. However, the content mentioned in the letter was of great importance, and it also mentioned the convening of a meeting of the 5 Kage. Of course, the Kage of each village could not reply to Jiraiya directly. They all summoned the senior leaders of their own village and discussed for several days before giving him a reply. Things are going well. As he spoke, Jiraiya took out 2 scrolls from his pocket and handed them to Tawashiru. That's good. Tawashiru took the scrolls and quickly glanced at the contents. Well, the results this time are good. They all agreed to talk together. Facing the expectant eyes of the people below, Tawashiru nodded without wasting words. Really? Tsunade snatched the scroll from Tawashiru's hand without giving Tawashiru any face. This time, the fight between ninjas may really be greatly eased. After reading the contents of the scroll in one breath, Tsunade let out a long breath. Then she glared at Jiraiya fiercely. This guy. While she was reading the letter just now, his eyes became dishonest again. As for Tawashiru, he had just eaten a seafood feast and was in the sage time at this time, so his resistance to certain temptations increased greatly. In that case, the content of the scroll was very simple. After saying some clichés at the beginning, it euphemistically stated that the things Tawashiru raised, everyone can sit down and have a good talk. Jiraiya, you will be in charge of arranging the specific affairs of this 5 Kage summit. If you have any questions, you can discuss it with Tsunade. Dong Shiro felt that he should give Jiraiya, this idiot, a chance. Otherwise, both he and Tsunade would end up being single for the rest of their lives, which would be a pity. Me? Jiraiya, who was still a little embarrassed, had never expected that the matter would fall on his head. He looked at Dong Shiro with a puzzled face. Shouldn't the Hokage be in charge of this kind of thing? Why, this is a rare opportunity. Jiraiya, don't you plan to seize it yourself? Looking at Jiraiya and Tsunade, Dong Shiro's words were a double entendre. He planned to let Jiraiya stay in the village, not for anything else, but just for the future attacks of the air ninjas and pain attacks. With Jiraiya, he could be a lot more relaxed. He was already a leader, so he had to do everything himself. Jiraiya's free labor would be wasted. Moreover, some tricky tasks could be handed over to this guy to complete. He believed that with Tsunade, a gambler, Jiraiya's wallet would be cleaner than his face. Wouldn't he be a free laborer then? 1 month later, at the gate of Konoha village, Tawashiru, dressed in a Hokage robe, with Ichi and Kakashi by his side, waved behind him. He walked towards the Iron Country. That's right, the place Jiraiya chose for the 5-cage talks this time was the neutral Iron Country. Toshiro did not intervene too much. At the same time, in the Mist Village, Meixiang, wearing a bamboo hat representing the Mizukage, waved to the master and the Mist Ninja people behind her, and also left with 2 guards. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the 5-cage talks, Meixiang successfully ascended to the position of Mizukage. And Raz of the Wind Country, Eye of the Lightning Country, and Inoki of the Earth Country, all set off at this time and began to head towards the Iron Country. On the other side, in a dark cave, the specific information of the 5-cage meeting initiated by the Hokage is unknown. The half-black and half-white Zetsu began to speak in his hoarse voice. However, the theme of this meeting is peace. I know more than that. The Hokage seems to have proposed some plans to reduce the disputes between the major countries, which have been unanimously recognized by Konoha and the major countries. A pair of golden vertical pupils carefully looked at the leader who remained unchanged, licked his lips, and continued. The Hokage's proposal can be said to run counter to the leader's proposition. Once implemented, it will reduce a lot of tasks for our organization, which is very detrimental to the development of the organization. Looking at the ripples in Pain's eyes, Orochimaru's eyes did not show the slightest strange look. However, his long tongue that kept licking exposed his restless heart. Peace. Without any ripples in his eyes, the orange-haired Pain turned his sight to Orochimaru and Black Zetsu. It's just a joke. Zetsu, Orochimaru, collect the root of the Hokage's movement. After saying this, Pain didn't say anything else. Hearing his words, both Orochimaru and Zetsu looked stern, especially Orochimaru. When he looked at Pain, there was a flash of smugness that was hidden deep in his eyes. Then he hid it well. Black Zetsu, however, was a little worried at this time. Uchiha Toshiro, this guy, has awakened the eternal Meixiang, and he was worried that Nagato was not his opponent. But if this person is not dealt with, it will become a stumbling block to the Moonai plan. However, considering that Nagato's body is getting weaker and weaker, and Uchiha Toshiro's strength may not have reached its peak, he did not stop it in the end. Chapter 480 Suspicion. In the capital of the Iron Country, the city after the snow was touched by the cold wind, quiet and solemn. In this world covered in silver, a lonely figure appeared on the edge of the city. It was a samurai, wearing heavy armor and a hooded cloak, quietly waiting for the arrival of the distinguished guest. His face was reddened by the cold wind, but his eyes were firm and deep, and the bone-chilling cold wind could not shake his inner determination. Hanging around his waist was an exquisite long sword. The scabbard was inlaid with exquisite patterns, and his name was engraved on the hilt, Samurai Sword. Behind him, the ancient city stood quietly. The mottled walls and wooden buildings told an ancient and mysterious story. Behind the samurai was a tall cherry tree. The snowflakes on the branches seemed like blooming flowers, bringing a touch of softness and vitality to this cold winter. Creak, creak. A burst of hurried footsteps came. Master Shidao. When I came, the Hokage had already arrived at the village ahead. It won't be long before we reach the capital. After receiving the report from his subordinates, the samurai named Shidao turned around without any delay and rushed towards the city behind him. Not long after, a large group of samurai in distinctive armor appeared, surrounding a middle-aged man with a bandage wrapped around his head and a cold look in his eyes. At this time, at the end of the field of vision, 3 figures slowly appeared. It's the Hokage. Squinting his eyes to distinguish the figures in the distance for a while, Meixiang, the general of the Iron Country, did not hesitate at all and went over with his men. I didn't expect the Hokage to be so lightly dressed and with a few people. I am sorry for neglecting him. Seeing that there were only 2 guards following Toshiro, Meixiang's eyes were filled with surprise. The Mizukage and the Raikage have already arrived. According to the news, the Kazekage and the Tsuchikage, who are a little further away, will arrive tomorrow at the latest. By then, the 5-cage summon proposed by Konoha can begin. You are too polite, Admiral Meixiang. I would also like to thank the Land of Iron for providing a venue for us ninjas to gather together. Toshiro did not pay too much attention to this man who defeated the Edo Tensei Hanzo in the original work. With his current strength, The so-called salamander Hanzo is just a slightly stronger ninja, and Mifune is just a samurai who is already a little outdated. I wonder how the security work is done for this meeting? The villages do not trust each other very much. Although Konoha is the initiator of this 5-cage summit, Jiraiya decided to hold a meeting in the Land of Iron after communicating with the major villages. Security issues were also handed over to the other party. Please rest assured, Hokage, although the samurai are declining, I guarantee with my life that there will be absolutely no problem with safety. Mifune himself and the daimyo of the Iron Country all agreed to this 5-cage summit. Doing so will not only enhance the international status of their Iron Country, but also consolidate their status as a neutral country. Therefore, in order to hold this 5-cage summit, the entire Iron Country can be said to have used all its strength. Not only did Mifune personally come, but even the venue chosen for the talks was a newly built villa specially built by the daimyo for pleasure. In this case, thank you for your hard work, General. It is an honor for the Iron Country and me. Mifune was relieved to receive the most important Hokage. Please come this way, we have specially prepared a resting place for the 5-cage. As he spoke, Mifune led Tawashiru towards the distant city. It seems, just as he raised his foot, Tawashiru suddenly stopped and turned his head, looking in the direction he came from. Over there, it seems that someone is spying, Hokage-sama. Seeing that Tawashiru didn't catch up, the old and shrewd Mifune was just surprised for a moment, and then followed Tawashiru's gaze and looked into the distance. But what he saw was nothing but the white snow and the snow-covered forests outside the city. Excuse me, Admiral Mifune, maybe I'm too sensitive. Tawashiru didn't turn on the perception mode just now, and only vaguely felt that someone was looking at him, and with bad intentions. But when he turned around and looked into the distance, he couldn't sense anything. Maybe he was too sensitive. With a self-deprecating smile, Tawashiru didn't care, since he integrated the Ten Tails chakra into his body. Not only his eyes, but also his body began to undergo some unknown changes. It seems, evolving towards the direction of the sage body, or the direction of the divine tree. He became more and more sensitive to changes in the surrounding environment, and he could slowly distinguish gazes, malice, hostility, etc. Shido, take people to check over there, remember to search it carefully. Although Tawashiru didn't care, Mifune was quite alert. Although he knew that the truth might be as Tawashiru said, that the Hokage was too sensitive, but he also remained vigilant enough. Yes, after receiving Mifune's order, Shido immediately pointed out several subordinates and walked towards the snow-covered forest in the distance, and began to check if there was anything unusual. Unfortunately, let alone abnormalities, Shido didn't even find a ghost in the forest. After Shido hurriedly came and left, in the forest where there was no one, Obito and Zetsu appeared. This guy, it's no use not to deal with it. Just a peek from a distance made Uchiha Tawashiru find something unusual. Black Zetsu looked at the direction where Tawashiru disappeared with some uneasiness, and his tone revealed a deep fear. I think it's better to be careful. That guy gives me the feeling that he seems to have become stronger again. As soon as Black Zetsu finished speaking, White Zetsu, who was possessed by him, spoke with some uncertainty. His perception ability is outstanding. Just now, he only sensed from a distance and found that the aura of Uchiha Tawashiru had changed a lot compared to before. Becoming stronger again? Is this guy still in a period of rapid growth and strength? Hearing what White Zetsu said, Obito's one eye showed a look of helplessness and disbelief that could not be concealed. Before the age of 20, a person's strength will undergo earth-shaking changes due to his own growth. Even if he is a gifted person, he cannot escape this law. If I remember correctly, Uchiha Tawashiru is 2 years older than himself. He is already 24 years old this year, and his strength can still grow rapidly. This is beyond common sense. Obito, do you think, will Nagato be unable to beat this guy? Seeing that Obito fell into silence, Black Zetsu was a little worried. Will there be any accidents when Nagato comes to deal with Uchiha Tawashiru this time? If things go wrong in the end and the Samsara Eye is lost, won't his carefully prepared plan go down the drain? There's nothing we can do except warn him. Nagato and Konan don't trust him in Zetsu. Influenced by the samsara eye, Nagato's thoughts have always been very paranoid. He won't turn back until he hits a wall. Obito, do you want to get involved? If Nagato is not a match for Uchiha Toshiro, you can take him to retreat. Just now, White Zetsu felt the changes in Toshiro, and Black Zetsu also felt it. If he had only some doubts that Nagato might not be able to beat him before, but now, in his mind, Nagato's chances of winning are less than 30%. However, with Obito here, it shouldn't be a problem to run away with Nagato. You can also try to persuade Konan, and let her persuade Nagato to bring more people. After thinking about it, Obito decided to use Konan as a breakthrough. Konan didn't support their plan very much, but she was very concerned about Nagato's safety. With her help in persuading, Nagato should agree to bring more people. In addition, he was lurking on the side, so things shouldn't get too bad. Let's go back. His body was absorbed by the space vortex, and Obito no longer bothered about Toshiro. No matter how much he bothered, Toshiro's matter still had to be dealt with, and the other party already knew his identity. Although he didn't know why he let him go, if he didn't deal with this person, the follow-up matters would become very troublesome. What's wrong? When Obito's figure disappeared, Black Zetsu, who was left there, did not move for a long time, but just stood there in a daze. This made White Zetsu a little confused about the situation. Nothing, let's go too. He said it was nothing, but in Black Zetsu's heart, because of his own thoughts, a huge wave of shock was set off. Could this guy Uchiha Toshiro awaken the samsara eye? The distance was too far just now, although he didn't sense it very clearly, but the aura on the other party seemed to give him a sense of déjà vu. Unfortunately, that aura was too faint. It flashed away, as if it was his illusion. However, when he thought that the other party was neither the reincarnation of Indra nor had much to do with Ashura, Black Zetsu didn't think much about it. As for whether he is the reincarnation of his good brother, when he thought of this, Black Zetsu couldn't control the fear in his heart. Yes, Black Zetsu just suspected whether Toshiro was his good brother. Otsutsuki Hagormo, who pretended to be a pig and ate the tiger, also secretly reincarnated. All this happened outside the capital of the Iron Country, and Toshiro, as the person involved, didn't feel anything. He had just moved into the other courtyard of the Iron Country daimyo, and Terumi Mai, who was wearing the Mizukage's bamboo hat around her waist, came to visit. Zeomai is still so graceful, and her beauty has not diminished. Looking at the other party's proud and confident appearance, Toshiro smiled and praised. Terumi Mai, who had just become the Mizukage, exuded a confident and calm temperament. Coupled with her curvy figure and long brown hair, she looked radiant, especially the other party's pair of green eyes, flashing a high fighting spirit. Let her exude a temperament called the Queen. Chapter 481 Talks. Hokage, you are too kind. Midorumi was not embarrassed at all when she was praised by Toshiro. Instead, she flirted with Toshiro and spoke with a smile. I came to see Hokage this time because I have something to ask for your help. As the saying goes, when good things happen, people are in high spirits. It can be said that Midorumi is at the peak of her life now. The temperament she exudes from the inside out is so charming that even Toshiro, who has seen many wives in the second dimension, was shocked by her. Calling Hokage is too formal. Just call me by my name. We are all of the same age. There is no need to be so reserved. Toshiro did not directly agree to help Midorumi. After all, he is also a Hokage. If any beautiful woman asks for help, he will agree. He is so busy. In that case, I won't be polite. Toshiro, giving Toshiro a glance full of resentment, Midorumi looked behind her and said, Kisame is a rare talent among our Mist ninjas. He was originally the master of Seimada after the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon. But, although she didn't finish her words, her meaning was very clear. She wanted to get Seimada back from Konoha. The last time Konoha and the Mist ninjas fought, Kai successfully killed the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon. Seimada also fell into Kai's hands. However, this guy had no interest in Seimada and handed it over to the village directly afterwards. Of course, Toshiro didn't treat him badly. Not only did he reward him with a very generous bonus, but he also specially arranged for Tsunade to do a physical examination on him. Might Guy is really worthy of being a rare beast of Konoha. After so many years of high-intensity training, it is simply not something that ordinary people can bear. But this guy's physique is really inhuman. He actually managed to survive, but he also suffered a lot of hidden injuries. Hoshigaki Kisame, hearing Mitarami's request, Tawashiro's side stayed on the big guy outside the door, who was staring at Uchiha with a pair of small round eyes. Unexpectedly, this time Mitarami would bring this guy with her to the 5-cage summit. Since it was Mai who asked, there is naturally no problem, but at the meeting tomorrow, I hope Mai can support the covenants I proposed. Just a Hoshigaki Kisame, for Konoha, it is not unacceptable. Although this guy's strength is good, his shortcomings are also very obvious. On the one hand, his own attributes are relatively single, and on the other hand, the characteristics of Samada are obvious. Knowing the opponent's ability, for ninjas, there are many ways to target him. Of course, if the 5 great nations jointly endorse the terms proposed by Toshiro, it will be a good thing for the ninja world. With a bright smile, Mitarami was very satisfied with Toshiro's agreement to return Samada. It was worth it for her to specially choose this time to come and talk to Toshiro about Samada. This was also where Mitarami was smart. At this time, she proposed to ask Konoha for Samada. If nothing unexpected happened, Toshiro would be unlikely to refuse her. Speaking of which, I don't know how Toshiro came up with these ideas to reduce conflicts among everyone. What Toshiro proposed was not something that was very difficult to do. It was not very difficult for the major ninja villages to do it. But according to the master, these terms can reduce a lot of fights between ninjas. I don't know how Toshiro came up with them. Nothing. Just want to reduce some troubles. It was just some things like international conventions in the previous life. It was not known whether it would be effective for this ninja world. After all, this is a world that has been killing each other for thousands of years. It is still a fantasy to rely on treaties of some big men to truly achieve peace. The next day, the Tsuchikage and the Kazekage arrived. On the morning of the 3rd day, in a spacious conference room in a solemn building specially prepared by the Iron Country, the cages from the 5 major countries, witnessed by Mifune, began the second 5-cage talks in this world. Isn't this Huang too? I didn't expect that the 3rd Tsuchikage would bring him here this time. It's been many years since I last saw him. Looking at Huang to behind an oki, Tawashiro didn't feel restrained by the solemn atmosphere here, and greeted Huang to very naturally. And here, why didn't the Raikage's brother come? Did that guy hold his own concert? The 4th Kazekage, it's been a long time since I saw you. I didn't expect that when we meet again, it would not be on the battlefield. And Yoshimaru, this guy, his temperament is really surprising. Looking at Tawashiro who frequently greeted everyone present, the suspicious Inoki couldn't help but mutter in his heart. This Uchiha guy's temperament is really different from before. He doesn't have the feeling of Uchiha Madara, where Hashirama Senju is first, he's second, and the rest are all garbage. Then he turned his eyes to the newly appointed Mizukage. This is also a new face, and a woman. There are also Kazekage and Raikage. Looking at these vigorous juniors present, Inoki glared fiercely at his son standing behind him. If it weren't for this guy's disappointment, he wouldn't have come all the way here at such an old age to attend the 5-cage talks. I believe everyone has different opinions on the common agreements I proposed. It's a good opportunity for everyone to gather together this time to finalize these things one by one. In this way, whether it is our Konoha, or the earth, thunder, water, wind, or the citizens of various countries, it will all benefit. After greeting a few people he was familiar with, Tawashiro didn't hide anything and went straight to the point. I have some questions about the Hokage's proposal regarding trade, prisoners, the sending of envoys between villages, and the so-called compensation principle. As soon as Tawashiro finished speaking, the most impatient Raikage spoke first. Let's not talk about anything else. The exchange of prisoners and captives between villages. Can you explain this in detail? Tawashiro's proposal was very scattered, one of which was about the exchange of captured ninjas, including but not limited to war prisoners, spies, and prisoners captured during missions, etc., and even a three-way exchange. But for these villages, if these people were released and caused secondary damage to them again, it would be difficult to explain. This is very simple. Everyone can provide each other with a list of prisoners. I believe that everyone's village has prisoners from various villages. After giving them the most basic living treatment, we can provide each other with a list and release the prisoners by hostage exchange, or even by money ransom. Seeing that no one objected, Dong Shilang continued, as for some more sensitive or valuable prisoners, it is inevitable that everyone will use means to obtain intelligence or something, but these people are our companions after all. It is better to keep them alive after their intelligence or secrets are studied. Even if they cannot become ninjas, let them become bargaining chips for each other and have a chance to go home. People have been captured by the other party. It is inevitable to torture them for intelligence and study their secrets. But after all this is done, it is also a good thing to keep the other party alive so that the other party can reunite with his family. After all, a good death is worse than the bad life. The so-called compensation principle. Does it mean that we should also follow this principle when dealing with those small countries? As soon as Dong Shilang finished speaking, the short Inoki asked about the compensation principle. Dong Shilang proposed a compensation principle. Conflicts between countries are inevitable. Since there are conflicts, some people will suffer losses and some will take advantage. The compensation principle proposed by Dong Shilang is that if everyone takes advantage in the conflict, they might as well take out some of the benefits that they despise to compensate the party that suffered losses. These benefits can be territories, money, economic benefits, etc. that they despise. To put it simply, it is to slap the other party in the face and then give a sweet date or consolation prize. However, in Inoki's view, this kind of thing can be done as long as the 5 major countries implement this principle among each other. Those small countries are weak, and there is no need to give them things that they despise. This principle can prevent conflicts from escalating. There are always various disputes between big countries and small countries, and between small countries. These disputes often start from a small contradiction, slowly accumulate and escalate, and then become large-scale conflicts, and finally evolve into the Ninja World War. Although we are strong, we can ignore the feelings of the other party when dealing with small countries. Even if those small countries are unwilling, they cannot change all this. But these people will not forget this unwillingness. As time goes by, this unwillingness will take root and sprout. In the end, we don't know when, and we will retaliate against us in a way we can't imagine. The reason why the Ninja World Wars have been continuous is that these small countries have instigated them in order to retaliate against us big countries. If we want to minimize conflicts with each other, we can't completely ignore the feelings of these people. What we compensate may not satisfy the other party, but it will help reduce the probability of these people causing trouble. Although it is just a consolation prize, don't underestimate this consolation. There is really a world of difference between having it or not. Revenge is an eternal topic among human beings, and it is also an instinct buried deep in human genes. If there is no consolation prize, the idea of revenge will always linger in those people's hearts. Once they encounter a little spark, they will suddenly erupt like a volcano, then give the other party a big surprise. Every time the Ninja World War breaks out, similar things happen. These small countries are usually bullied by you, and they can only swallow the bitter fruit silently. However, there is a saying that goes, "It's not that there is no revenge, it's not the time yet." Whenever the Ninja World War breaks out, it is the time for these small countries to jump back and forth between the major countries. Selling intelligence, leading the way, stabbing in the back, and so on are common, especially those who play with flowers, sandwiched between the two countries, and being bullied on both sides. They will continue to sell intelligence to the two warring countries. The purpose is to make the major countries bleed more, so as to vent their anger. Or in normal times, when you encounter a lone ninja, sneakily hit you, and then blame the other party. This kind of thing is really common in the human world. Giving a consolation prize can soothe the other party's sense of loss and frustration to some extent, especially when the other party is pursuing a certain goal and expects to succeed, but ultimately fails to achieve the goal. their sense of self-worth and self-identity may be threatened. At this time, receiving a consolation prize given by others can reduce the sense of threat and alleviate the other party's inner pressure and pain. Although this consolation prize may not make those people feel completely satisfied, it can have a positive effect to a certain extent, helping the other party maintain an optimistic and positive attitude and alleviate negative effects. Chapter 482 Meeting 2 Hokage, you make a lot of sense. After Toshiro finished speaking, the entire conference room fell into a brief silence. Whether it was the several cages present, the guards behind them, or Mifune as a witness, they all agreed with Toshiro's point of view. Unfortunately, approval does not mean agreement. But Inoki's face was expressionless, and he said coldly, "In my opinion, what kind of strength you have determines what kind of treatment you get. We don't need to care too much about the feelings of those small villages. Once we reach a consensus among the 5 major countries, the opinions of these people are simply insignificant. Even if they are unwilling, what else can they do except making some small moves behind the scenes?" In Inoki's view, this is how the world is. People with strength are respected, and it is normal for those without strength to suffer losses. The 5 major ninja villages should abide by this so-called compensation agreement with each other, and there is no need to bring those small villages with them. These guys neither participated in the talks nor had strength, and they could be said to have done nothing. Why should they get compensation? Even these compensations are things that he despises. Such a Hokage. The reason why these people are included is to better maintain peace, which is conducive to the development of the next proposal. Toshiro looked at the other cages present. The Raikage looked indifferent, obviously not very concerned about this matter. Kazekage, Luasha is still a bit cunning, without obvious facial expressions, but with extraordinary eyesight. It can be found that the muscles at the corners of his mouth seem to be slightly upturned. Is this mocking? As for Mitorumi, her performance can be said to be quite satisfactory. She sat on the chair and smiled at Toshiro when she saw him looking over. It is impossible to tell what this woman is thinking. Border trade has always existed intermittently between major countries, but the scale of this trade has always been small, and most of the transactions are completed through third parties. Not only is the scale very limited, but the price will also become very expensive, and when entering the country, there is always the worry of being discovered by ninjas from various countries. Trade is something that no matter how the ninjas of various countries guard against, there will always be people who take risks for the sake of profit for some scarce materials in various countries. Things like the medicinal materials and food of the fire country, the mountain delicacies and seafood of the thunder and water country, and the minerals and gold dust of the earth and wind country. Just by selling them to other countries, you can get several times, or even dozens of times the high profits, and some people will take risks for this. I think we should increase trade between the major countries, demarcate specific trade zones, and stipulate the goods that each country can sell, then establish a plan for the cross-border circulation of goods to facilitate the exchange of materials between the major countries. Those small countries are sandwiched between us and serve as their own buffer zones. If they are filled with resentment and unwillingness, it will be very unfavorable for us to carry out trade activities. Apart from anything else, these small countries that serve as buffer zones are the transit stations for the circulation of goods between the major countries. If these people think about sabotage every other day, it will be almost a fatal blow to the development of trade activities. Can the Hokage explain in detail the specific matters of opening trade between us? Hearing the word trade, Luosha's eyes flashed with desire. Their wind country is not short of things like minerals, especially precious metals such as gold dust. However, the wind country is short of supplies. Even if there is gold in hand, it is useless. It can neither be eaten or drunk as food, and there is no way to exchange it for supplies on the market. If there is a channel to exchange the supplies they need, it will be great news for the Sand Village. Take our wind country and fire country as examples. We will find a suitable place on our respective borders and mark an area as a trading point. Not only will we allow merchants from our respective countries to enter here and trade freely, but we can also allow ninjas from other countries to enter this specially marked area. The ninja world is full of bandits and robbers. Merchants have to hire ninjas to protect their safety, whether for themselves or for goods. However, in cross-border trade, these ninjas have no way to enter the borders of various countries. Even crossing those small countries is very risky, because these small countries have the shadows of major countries behind them. Mark out a piece of land and allow ninjas from other countries to enter it. Hearing Dong Shilang's words, whether it was Luo Sha or Inoki, the people present, even if they already knew a general idea, still found it difficult to accept at this time. After all, in their opinion, allowing ninjas from other countries to enter their own country is accompanied by aggression and risk. Isn't it not worth taking such a risk just for trade? Of course, these specially designated areas require everyone to maintain order, and a certain fee will be charged. This so-called fee is actually a tariff. Dong Shilang believes that these people will not be sleepy when talking about this. Everyone is a cage, and the economic power of the village has always been in the hands of the daimyo. He believes that these people will have great enthusiasm for opening up another source of income. Charge. Sure enough, when Dong Shilang mentioned the charge, the eyes of several cage present lit up. They looked at each other for a few times, and then showed a tacit smile. Of course, this place is chosen by us, and we maintain the order. If foreign merchants want to do business in our country, or transport goods to our country, we can also provide ninja protection. It is only natural to charge them a certain percentage of the fee. After all, even ninjas have to eat and support their families at this moment, not to mention Raza, who originally agreed. Even Inoki, who had never been very interested in this, was a little tempted at this time. Seeing that everyone was a little interested, Dong Shilang struck while the iron was hot. Which goods can be sold, how to manage ninjas from other countries after entering this trade area, and how much to charge for goods. We can negotiate a draft here today. When you return to the village, you can discuss it with the village's senior officials. Our ultimate goal is to allow goods to cross each other's borders in large quantities. This kind of thing involving trade between two countries cannot be decided by just a few cages meeting here. After returning to the village, the cages need to obtain the support of most of the village's senior officials, and then select the location, discuss the categories of goods, and a lot of other things to do. I think this is feasible. As soon as Tawashiru finished speaking, Midorumi was the first to stand up and support. The Mist Ninja is now in the recovery period, and they need to do a lot of tasks to train the new generation of ninjas in their village. In addition, they still owe Konoha a loan, and this time they also asked Tawashiru for Samada. She had no reason to object. I agree too. The next one was Raza. They, the Sand Ninja, lacked everything except sand. If they had this so-called trade zone, it would be a good thing that the village could not refuse. I agree too. For whether the matter succeeded or not did not have much impact, but having an extra income was not a bad thing. Old man, seeing that the four cages present agreed, Inoki wanted to be stubborn. Father, if we miss this opportunity, it will be a huge loss for us rock ninjas. Seeing that Inoki was still reluctant, Huang too, who had always been invisible beside him, was a little anxious at this time. He saw clearly that not only the Sand Ninja, but even the Mist Ninja agreed to the suggestion made by the Hokage. Even if his old father objects, the fire, water, wind and lightning kingdoms can completely leave out the land of earth and do it on their own. At that time, if the Rock Ninja village does not join, there will be no loss. But there is a saying that goes, if you do not advance, you will retreat. The four families have obtained additional income, while there has been no change on their side, which will make the Rock Ninja fall into a disadvantage invisibly. Moreover, he believes that the fourth Raikage also saw this and joined in decisively. I know. He glared at Huang Tu with dissatisfaction. This kid, don't you think he is old and confused? How can he not understand such an obvious thing? However, in his opinion, the biggest beneficiary of this matter is undoubtedly the Fire Nation located in the center of the world. I have another question. If merchants from our countries enter other countries, how can we ensure their safety? Will trade be restricted? I have also considered this aspect. Dong Shilang certainly considered the issue of the land of Earth Shadow. In each of the established trade zones, we will also set up a branch for issuing and accepting tasks. Take the Wind Country as an example. A merchant from the Wind Country, with a batch of goods, can directly issue an escort mission at these mission issuing points, and we will arrange ninjas to protect their safety. As long as his goods are within our permitted scope, our ninjas will protect his person and the goods. He can take this batch of goods to any trade point he wants to go to, such as the Thunder Country. After arriving at the Thunder Country trade point, if he still wants to enter the Thunder Country for trade, he needs to hire Thunder Country ninjas at the trade point to protect his safety within the Thunder Country. By doing this, those ordinary people will have a livelihood. The nobles can also collect more taxes from them. The ninjas will have more tasks, and even the major villages will have an extra income. In order to convince the old stubborn Onoki, Toshiro can be said to have exerted all his eloquence. He talked about all the benefits he could think of. There is still one chapter, which is being proofread. Chapter 483 Epilogue. Let goods cross the border, not let ninjas cross the border. This is the purpose of Dong Shilang's trade measures. This sentence mainly involves the relationship between border management and war, a special policy that allows goods to cross the border for trade and material circulation, but prohibits ninjas from crossing the border. The purpose of this policy is to reduce the occurrence of wars and avoid casualties. On the one hand, allowing goods to cross the border can promote international trade and economic development and maintain regional peace and stability. This can make trade between different countries more convenient and safe, thereby promoting the economic development of the ninja world. At the same time, it can also reduce social problems and conflicts caused by the flow of people and maintain regional peace and stability. On the other hand, not allowing ninjas to cross the border can reduce the risk of military conflicts and casualties. This can avoid loss of life and destruction caused by war or conflict, protect the safety of life and property and national interests. And when this economic benefit is large enough, if a conflict breaks out between the two countries, these merchants, nobles, civilians, and even ninjas who have profited from bilateral trade, will form an invisible resistance to prevent the conflict from continuing to expand from the bottom up. In order to allow this trade to proceed normally and to quickly deal with any accidents that occur, we should send envoys to each other to facilitate communication between the cages of each village. Since it is trade, there will inevitably be disputes, and it may also affect the interests of some people. Therefore, it is only natural for countries to send envoys to stay. Sending envoys to stay. This is not okay. As soon as Toshiro finished speaking, the old man Inoki jumped out to object. These people say they are envoys, but it is just another way of saying spies. How can we let a spy stay in the village, and stay there permanently? This is absolutely impossible. If there are ninjas from other villages staying in their own village openly, how can we guarantee the secrets of the village? Not only Inoki opposed this, but even the other cages frowned at this time, obviously not agreeing with Toshiro's proposal. I know that everyone has sent spies to each other, and this cannot be changed. The reactions of these people did not surprise Dong Shilang. He just said calmly, since everyone disagrees with these envoys staying in the village, let them stay outside the village. It should not be difficult to find a place for them to stay in the town near the village. We just need to ensure that they can contact the shadows of each village at any time. Since you said that staying in the village may allow these envoys to steal the village's confidential information, then just don't let them stay in the village. Besides, we are all ninjas, and it is not impossible to use these envoys to play a game between ninjas. Seeing that these people were still undecided, Dong Shilang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said provocatively, since it is inevitable that these people will become spies, why don't we play a cat and mouse game openly? You can send the elites in the village to monitor these envoys at any time. Once we find their flaws, we can discuss how to deal with them. We can even give them some privileges. Under the premise that they don't cause any casualties, we can just expel them and not harm their lives. The ninjas in this world fight and kill at every turn. This is not a good habit and needs to be changed. Since we are all ninjas, why not have a good time and see who has the better means? Even if we fail, as long as it doesn't make it bloody, it doesn't matter if we let him live. At most, after returning, we can learn from our mistakes and win back. Also, Since international trade has been launched, there will always be some related cases and disputes. Specialize in handling those cases involving foreigners in the country. With international trade, there will naturally be international disputes, involving interests, and there must be a lot of scammers, murders and robberies. For the sake of fairness, I propose that everyone contributes to form this team that can operate within the borders of each country. Of course, the rules must be agreed upon by you all. This will also facilitate exchanges between villages. Seeing that everyone present did not react for a while, Dong Shilang was not surprised. Everyone used to be enemies who fought to the death, but now they have to form a mixed ninja team from various countries. It is inevitable that these people cannot accept it for a while. Moreover, everyone sets up an organization together to deal with some international disputes. This kind of thing has a problem similar to that of envoys. Will these people become spies? Will they come to explore some intelligence of their own country? These things are all possible. This is more troublesome than agreeing to the previous compensation principle, trade zone, and sending envoys. After all, these people have to go to other countries to do things, and all aspects involved must be cautious. I think it's better not to be so troublesome to deal with international disputes. Simple it. Whoever's territory the incident happened will be responsible for it in the end. The first to speak was Reincarnated. He was quite in agreement with Tawashiro's proposal, except for the last one, which he felt was totally unnecessary. Yes, the Hokage's proposal is still too risky for each village. Inoki felt a headache when he thought of ninjas from other countries running around in his own country. As an old man, he really couldn't imagine a day when Konoha, Cloud Ninja, or Mist Ninja would be hanging around in front of him. Would he be able to control his temper and not kill the other party directly? Not only I and Inoki, but even Raza next to him felt that this was a bit unnecessary. His eyes swept over the cages, and except for Midorumi, who did not express her opinion, the other three cages clearly opposed it. It seemed that all this was going to be concluded. I know that everyone has always distrusted each other. Looking at everyone present, Dong Shilang did not intend to give up, and continued. After so many years of war, each side has stained each other's blood. It is almost impossible to put aside the prejudice. But I think Dong Shilang's eyes were clear when he said this. We need to take this step. We are all standing at the top of this ninja world. If we are unwilling to take the first step of cooperation and move towards peace, then there will never be peace and stability in this world. Facing Dong Shilang's eyes that seemed to be glowing, everyone present at this time held their breath and listened to Dong Shilang's story quietly. Although the risk of doing this is great, maybe everyone can't accept it now. But I hope that as time goes by, everyone can slowly accept this change. We don't need to rush, we can try step by step, and trust is accumulated slowly. If everyone feels that this special organization is not suitable, we can completely abolish it. The reason why Dong Shilang insisted was, on the one hand, because if there is no fair place to deal with these disputes, the scale of trade will certainly be affected, which is a pity for him. Moreover, I also hope that in 10 or 20 years, the villages can frequently visit each other. We can discuss topics related to economy, agriculture, and education. We can send students to each other's ninja schools and intermarry with each other, instead of conspiracy, deception, and killing like now. This, Dong Shilang's words made the conference room silent. Is this the magnanimity of the Hokage? Uchiha tilted his head slightly and stared at Dong Shilang's impassioned speech. His heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect that the family elder, Uchiha Dong Shilang, actually had such expectations. Students from other countries appeared in ninja schools, and villages intermarried with each other. Is this really possible in the ninja world? He didn't know. We should uphold the principle of peace to deal with the relationship between countries, instead of always being on guard against our neighbors like before. Let us, the ninjas and children in the village, all have a hopeful future, instead of sending them to the battlefield early like before. This is indeed what Tawashiro really thinks. Students who have not graduated from ninja schools, who are not even as good as ninja swords, are already able to kill or be killed skillfully. This kind of thing is too twisted. Since I have become the Hokage, I must bring a different future to the world. Everyone, I think you can think carefully about what the Hokage said. Although I don't know the final result, we can try it. Just like the Hokage said, this is just an attempt. If everyone thinks it is not appropriate, we can still cancel this organization. After Toshiro finished speaking, Taramimai was stunned for a moment, and when she looked at Toshiro, she also had a hint of admiration, and then she persuaded him. Hearing Taramimai's words, the eyes of several cages present began to flicker. They neither agreed nor opposed, but began to think about the gains and losses. The Hokage's speech this time is very inspiring, I think. Seeing that everyone fell silent, Mifune felt that it was time for him to speak. General, take a rest today. Let's discuss it in the evening and continue the discussion tomorrow. As the general of the Iron Country, Mifune was not someone who didn't understand politics. Although the Hokage's suggestion was good, it was obviously impossible to get the cages of the major countries to agree so straightforwardly. They always had to have a buffer time to think about the pros and cons. Chapter 484 Ambush. Finally it's done. Stretching his body, Toshiro looked at the document signed by 5 cages in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. Now, there should be fewer things in the village that he needs to deal with personally. He can happily slack off again. Don't be too happy, Hokage. We just signed a draft agreement. After returning to the village, we have to discuss the details with the top leaders. On the other side, Inoki spoke with some dissatisfaction, pouring cold water on Toshiro. After nearly a week of discussion, the 5 cage finally reached a consensus on the various proposals put forward by Toshiro. But as the Tsuchikage said, these things are just the beginning, and there are still a lot of things to deal with later. No problem, this is a good start. Toshiro didn't care about Inoki's weirdness. Old people are always stubborn. Although they signed the agreement reluctantly, it is not surprising that there are some different opinions. The next thing we need to do is to implement the matters in the draft agreement. We, Konoha, will send Jiraiya to be fully responsible for the follow-up communication. How could Toshiro personally handle such a troublesome matter? Isn't Jiraiya idle all day long? It's just right to add more burden to this guy, so that he won't always collect materials everywhere. Isn't this corrupting the atmosphere of Konoha? It must be strictly stopped. Jiraiya. Hearing Toshiro's words, Inoki just frowned slightly, and then looked at Huang Tu behind him. Since Jiraiya is in charge of Konoha, they, the Iwagakure, cannot weaken their momentum. Letting Huang Tu take action will not weaken their prestige. It's time for us to say goodbye after disturbing Admiral Mifune and the Iron Country for so long. In the past week, Mifune of the Iron Country has been doing his best. In order to maintain the safety of this meeting, his face has become much more haggard. It is an honor for us, the Iron Country, and myself to contribute to this. Although he was tired, it was obvious that Mifune still had high hopes for this draft. Then, we'll take our leave first. The work had been done, and neither he nor the other cage planned to stay here for long. They were all in a hurry to return to the village to discuss this matter. The border between the Iron Country and the Fire Country, a vast primeval forest, was covered with a layer of pure white snow blanket. The branches of the trees were covered with thick snow, as if they were covered with a layer of silver. Every tree looked tall and straight. The surrounding mountains were majestic, and the snow-capped peaks were rolling and forming beautiful curves. The mountains were stacked up and down, and the majestic momentum was awe-inspiring. The mountains were shrouded in mist, like a dream, as if you were in a landscape painting. In this primeval forest, after the heavy snow, the branches and leaves of the trees appear even stronger and stronger under the weight of the snow. The crowns of these towering trees are like huge umbrellas, covering the sky and the sun, giving people a strong sense of oppression. And those tall pine trees, spruce and other coniferous trees are like warriors guarding the forest, standing firm. Nagato, the target, appears. In an especially thick tree on the top of the mountain, a white butterfly flapped its wings a few times, flew through a tree hole, and landed on the fingertips of a cold woman. Her long blue-purple hair was tied into a cute bun, and her black and red uniform covered her beautiful figure. Nagato, you don't have to work so hard relying on the light projected from the tree hole. Zeonin looked at her already skinny companion, and a look of reluctance appeared in her eyes. I believe that Yahiko doesn't want you to. Zeonin, This is Yahiko's dream. Zeonin's words of advice were interrupted by Nagato sitting in a strange machine before she finished speaking. To become a god and bring peace to the world, these are Yahiko's dreams. A trace of sadness was faintly revealed in a pair of purple rippled eyes, but it was soon replaced by determination. For this, the fifth Hokage must die. Seeing that her persuasion was ineffective, a trace of disappointment flashed across Konin's eyes. The target has been found. It's taking an air channel, with an altitude of 1,000 and a distance of 20 kilometers. It is coming in our direction. The Hokage did not take an ordinary route, so they had to take the dumbest approach and ambush people on the path where the opponent might appear, waiting for the opponent to fall into the trap. I have notified other members of the organization and asked them to come as soon as possible. That Uchiha Madara emphasized that the fifth Hokage's strength was extraordinary, so she persuaded Nagato to bring a lot of members of the organization. But now they are not nearby, and it will take some time for them to come. Maybe I have already dealt with the opponent without them taking action. Nagato was still very confident, especially this time. He brought pain 6 paths. In his opinion, let alone a fifth Hokage, even Uchiha Madara in his prime might not be his opponent. However, he couldn't refuse Konin's insistence. In addition, he had to determine the other party's position, so he summoned most of the organization's manpower. On the other side, after leaving the Iron Country, Tawashiro directly summoned the Mountain Eagle and asked him to take him, Ichi and another Anbu. Take advantage of the air advantage to hurry on. What is that? Standing on the back of the Mountain Eagle, Ichi, who was originally quite relaxed, frowned at the black spot looming in the clouds. Hokage, that strange bird, it seems to be ill-intentioned. Squinting his eyes, Ichi turned his head to look at Tawashiro, who was sitting cross-legged. With his superb eyesight, he found that the black spot was a huge strange bird, and the other party seemed to be eyeing him and others. Strange bird? Hearing Ichi's words, Tawashiro, who was originally bored, was stunned. What a strange bird! Because the distance was still far, Tawashiro didn't see the other party's full appearance. Whether it was the flying posture or the outline of the other party, there was a big difference from the ordinary summoned beasts, especially the other party's exaggerated beak. It almost occupied 1/3 of the body volume, which was not the proportion of a normal creature. Could it be pain summoned beast, or that Hiruko? After searching in his head, Tawashiro was a little unsure for a moment. As far as he knew, the strange flying summoned beasts in the ninja world belonged to these two guys, but he didn't know which one was the one on the other side. The distance was too far, and he couldn't see clearly at all. Chapter 485 Deodara. Oh, is it pain? As the distance shortened, Tawashiro saw the other person's appearance clearly. At the same time, he also determined his enemy this time. Go. Although he didn't know why pain was crazy and came to trouble him, Tawashiro was not going to sit and wait for death. With his light shout, his shadow reflected on the back of the mountain eagle began to twist and deform, and then formed a simple drawing that looked like a flying bird. As the painting was drawn with the shadow, the flying bird immediately came to life and jumped out of the painting, turning into a giant with a wingspan of 30 meters. It pounced on the strange bird in the distance. Is this shadow imitation technique? Seeing this scene, Ichi and another Anbu beside Tawashiro widened their eyes at this time, especially Ichi. He was very sensitive to ninjutsu, and he knew about the super beast fake painting that Tawashiro used, but he had never seen a painting without ink and directly using shadows. And when did the Hokage learn the shadow imitation technique? Tawashiro, you can fly by yourself. Why did you call me out? Seeing this scene, the eagle that was flying obediently in the sky was not happy. The opponent can use ninjutsu to transform into a flying bird, and he summoned himself to travel. This is too unkind. I am busy taking care of my children at home now. I don't have time to discuss this with you now. Tawashiro curled his lips in dissatisfaction with the eagle and ignored the other party's complaints. Isn't it obvious using the super beast fake painting to travel? Doesn't it still require personal control and recognition of the road? Why should I bother myself with a flying bird that recognizes the road? Ichi, don't think too much. There are other enemies coming. He turned his head to remind Ichi next to him. I don't know what this guy is thinking about in his head, looking at him in a daze. Yes, Ichi, who was still wondering how the Hokage could imitate the shadow, finally turned his eyes away from Toshiro after Toshiro reminded him, look at another black dot in the distance. Cry. A piercing cry was heard. The big bird that had locked onto Dong Shileng cried out loudly when it saw the bird flying towards it. Then it frantically flapped its wings a few times to speed up, folded its wings behind it, and rushed towards Dong Shileng at an extremely fast speed. Because of its high speed, a floating cloud around the sky was pushed away by the wind pressure brought by its side before it got close. As for the bird transformed by the ninjutsu, it was directly ignored by it. It's really amazing speed. Looking at the figure in the sky, which seemed to be more arrows than birds, Dong Shileng sighed, then turned his eyes away and looked at the figure approaching on the other side. As Dong Shileng's eyes moved away, the bird drawn by Dong Shileng also cried out loudly as if it had received some signal. Then it flew towards the sky without hesitation. Puff. As the two sides approached, the Archaeopteryx easily pierced its opponent with its huge sharp beak. This is Nagato, who was hiding in the tree hole and observing Toshiro's every move through the perspective of his summoned beast, suddenly spoke in surprise. What's wrong, Nagato? Conan, who was standing next to him, asked with some concern. Nothing, the fifth Hokage is not that simple. As his voice fell, the Archaeopteryx, which was still in the sky, rushing towards Toshiro like an arrow, suddenly lost control. It began to roll violently in the air and completely lost its balance. He actually integrated the sealing technique into his own ninjutsu. As expected, he is worthy of being the Hokage. He is really not an ordinary difficult person. He just saw clearly that the ninjutsu bird that was pierced by the Archaeopteryx he controlled did not disappear, but turned into black talismans. Crawling all over the Archaeopteryx, not only made the Archaeopteryx unable to move, but also cut off the connection between himself and the Archaeopteryx. This guy is Deidara? Ignoring the Archaeopteryx, Toshiro looked at another figure in the distance. After a little identification, he recognized the other party's identity. It was Andi, who had just joined the Akatsuki organization. Hahaha. It's exciting to think that the Hokage can witness my art. From a distance, Deidara was riding on the back of a white owl that was not very big, looking at Toshiro and his group in the distance. His eyes were shining with excitement. Go. Suppressing his excitement, Deidara directly reached into the bag on his waist. A strange chewing sound came from the bag on his waist, and then he rubbed his hands and threw them into the air. Since you're the Hokage, then you should see my art. With the movement of his hands, a large group of strange creatures that looked like swans and birds appeared in the air. However, these chakra creatures all had 4 wings. The leader's summoned beast is useless. You still have to see my art. Huh. As his voice fell, this group of chakra creatures he created rushed towards Toshiro and the mountain eagle. Even if it's the Hokage, the air is my home ground. This time I will make you marvel at my art. As he spoke, Deidara pointed his sword with one hand, quietly watching these little cuties he created approach the mountain eagle. It's useless, just some simple wind escape. It can't drive away my work at all. The mountain eagle naturally couldn't just let these white things approach him. It stretched out its huge wings and fanned out a strong wind pressure. It rushed towards the little things rushing over, and there were even tiny wind blades mixed in, cutting a small half of the birds formed by the detonating clay into several pieces, and it itself followed the reaction force brought by this gust of wind pressure, and shot away into the distance. However, Deidara didn't care about this. On the contrary, under his control, those clay birds with 4 wings were like chicken blood. They chased closely behind the mountain eagle, and gradually closed the distance between the two sides. Fire style, great fireball technique. Seeing this scene, Ichi, as a guard, naturally would not sit still and wait for death. Standing on the back of the mountain eagle, he directly used a great fireball on those strange ninjutsu behind him to test the opponent's strength. Hahaha. It's useless. These arts are all carefully designed by me. Your temptations are completely useless. Deidara didn't care about Ichi's temptation. The fact is just as he said, those clay birds don't care about Ichi's great fireball at all. Peas. I'm not in good condition. I barely wrote 2 chapters and I felt dizzy. That's all for today. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486, Tian Dao appears. Wood release. Great forest technique. After Uchiha Ichi tried, another Anbu also used his own ninjutsu. The first move was the famous wood release. This Anbu was none other than Orochimaru's test subject, Kakashi's teammate Tenzo, also known as Yamato. It's actually wood release, as Yamato's entire arm turned into a brown tree, constantly lengthening and extending, and then dispersing into wooden spikes, stabbing at the target. Deidara was slightly surprised, but he was only surprised for a moment. With a loud shout, the detonating birds flying in the front turned into a group of orange-red fire shadows, destroying Yamato's wood release. The so-called wood release is just like this, and it is equally vulnerable in front of art. After the clay birds in front exploded, a large gap was created. The remaining 2 winged birds rushed to pass through the gap created by the explosion and continued to pounce towards the position of the mountain eagle. You are now within my range. At this distance, my explosion is the most perfect art. Facing Deidara's somewhat crazy shouting, Tawashiro did not take it too seriously, but looked at the top of his head. There, a huge white doll was falling towards him and the mountain eagle. Did you find it? It's useless. Even if you find it, the power of C3.18 is enough to blow you into ashes. When the time comes, the most dazzling fireworks will burst out in the sky, and people will marvel at the greatness of my art. It turned out that the Deidara following behind the mountain eagle was just a clone. His real body was now in the sky, throwing his carefully prepared explosives towards the mountain eagle. Hokage-sama, I can't hide anymore. Ichi frowned, his face still calm. The main purpose of Deidara's clone, the double-winged bird, was to limit the flight trajectory of the mountain eagle to a specific range. His main body used a large bomb to blow up Tawashiro and the mountain eagle. If they turned around and retreated, the clay birds behind them would block their way. It was a simple tactic, but it was very useful in a sneak attack. It doesn't matter, they are just some duds. Tawashiro curled his lips when he saw the exploding puppet in the sky that made the sand village difficult to deal with, and the 2 winged flying birds behind him. It turned out that this guy didn't just know how to self-destruct. He stretched out his hand and waved. With a series of squeaking sounds, a large piece of blazing white senbon splashed towards the birds behind him and the puppets in the sky. You guy. As soon as Deidara saw the lightning senbon that Tawashiro waved, his heart skipped a beat, especially when he heard the duds mentioned by the other party. He almost exploded on the spot. He shouted again, and saw that the birds that were gradually out of control and the giant puppet in the sky did not explode. Deidara was feeling a bit unwell. My art is not a dud. I must let you see what real art is. Although it was just a clone to attract the other party's attention, this clone still maintained Deidara's lofty belief in art. He took out a handful of white detonating clay from his bag and bit it. This guy self-destructs at every turn. It's really speechless. Tawashiro didn't expect that it was just a clone, but he couldn't stand the stimulation. He just made a casual ridicule, but he was going to self-destruct. The distance is a little far. Looking at Deidara, who was about 400 to 500 meters away from him and others and was preparing for self-destruction, Tawashiro frowned. Chidori Senbon is not omnipotent. If this guy wants to self-destruct, he will definitely make some defensive preparations in advance. I think he can self-destruct next to Zoshandiel. Swish. The Kusanagi sword that Tawashiro has always carried on his waist as a decoration, following Tawashiro's movements, it turned into a streak of electric current with a faint white glow, and flew towards Deidara. Do you think I can't dodge this kind of attack? Seeing this, Deidara laughed out loud. It was not too stressful for him to dodge this obvious attack. Gulu, the detonating clay in his mouth, after he chewed it, had been fully mixed with his chakra, and after he swallowed it in one gulp, Deidara casually threw a white bird with 2 wings towards the Kusanagi sword. Next, he only needed to shout lightly, and the long sword that looked extremely sharp would be blown away. Then, what he had to do was to rush to the opponent's side with the cooperation of his main body, and then explode himself. As for his own weaknesses, he was not like those explosives under his control. As long as he was not hit directly by the lightning escape, there would be no big problem. This distance, just as he was about to shout loudly to detonate the flying bird, a flash of lightning caught his eyes. Moreover, this flash of lightning, which seemed very dazzling to him, was about to begin to weaken due to the distance after crossing a distance of 200 or 300 meters. That flash of lightning just happened to touch the long sword thrown by Toshiro. Then, the lightning, which was about to become a spent force, was like a chicken blood injection when it touched the long sword. It flashed with dazzling blue light and attacked in his direction. It can actually be used as a relay station to increase. He originally wanted to say that he wanted to increase the attack range of the lightning ninjutsu, but unfortunately, he had been hit by the lightning ninjutsu performed by Toshiro at this time. He turned into a milky white clay sculpture. Swish! After Deidara's clone was directly defeated by Toshiro, the Kusanagi sword that he had thrown out was like a nimble flying bird. It turned around in the air and turned into a dazzling sword light again, flying back to Toshiro's hand. Uncle Snake's product is really a fine product. Rubbing the hilt of the long sword in his hand, Dong Shilai couldn't help but sigh that the things in Uncle Snake's hand were fragrant. Although it is not very helpful for me now, it is still very good to play with it occasionally. He did not forget that this Kusanagi sword has a very different characteristic. Thoughts, or mental power, can remotely control this Kusanagi sword. And he, as a Nakaya, is a Nakaya who has opened the eternal eye, and his mental power is comparable to that of Orochimaru. It is a bit exaggerated to say that there is a huge difference, but it is an indisputable fact that his mental power has made a qualitative leap compared to the other party. This makes this Kusanagi sword have a lot of changes in his hands, especially in terms of mental power control. It makes him feel like a sword fairy. Although there is no pleasure of taking the enemy's head in a flash from 1,000 miles away, it can still be done within 1 or 2 kilometers. There is no flying sword. Combined with a light and heavy rock technique, can you still try it? In his mind, he imagined himself wearing a divine robe and a Hokage hat, performing the light and heavy rock technique and stepping on a Kusanagi sword. If you think the speed is not enough, you can use the flame fan to speed up. He shook his head and extinguished the picture in his mind. Toshiro looked up at the clouds in the distance, and then lowered his sight to the bottom. This guy really deserves to be the Hokage. In the clouds above Toshiro's head, Deidara himself exhaled heavily. He was the fastest among his companions, but he didn't expect that the Hokage would recognize the weakness of his ninjutsu after just a face-to-face encounter. Moreover, just watching from a distance, he actually gave himself a feeling of facing a great enemy. He is really a guy who is more terrifying than the old man, Kaikxiu. Even if he is the Hokage, he dares to laugh at my art as a dud, so he will be in trouble when Deidara attacked Toshiro. A mountaintop in the distance. Ninjutsu? Summoning technique. Nagato, who was hiding in the tree hole, saw that Toshiro had appeared, and he immediately made a seal to summon a pain to his side. For safety reasons, Nagato did not directly summon all the 6 paths of pain to his side. He only summoned the animal path. When the animal path carefully moved to the shielding barrier he had prepared in advance, the animal path performed the summoning technique again. All the pains were summoned. Among them, the thin pain with a black stick on his head and face, that is, Yahiko, raised his head and looked up into the sky. Deidara, this brat, is really too young. Seeing that Deidara's ninjutsu had been found by the opponent, Pain was a little surprised, but he didn't care too much. Forget it. I still have to do it myself. Deidara has not been in the organization for long, and his ninjutsu is also very useful. He can't let the opponent die in vain. This guy's ability is of great value to the organization. As soon as he finished speaking, an inexplicable breeze blew through the shielding barrier, blowing the hem of Yahiko's red cloud rope. As Tendo's own chakra surged and he used his own abilities, he began to slowly fly up into the sky. Tendo's ability was to manipulate gravity and repulsion. Rather than flying, it was more like using his own power to float in the air. There was no sense of flying at all. Moreover, the opponent's speed was not very fast. It was indeed Nagato's work. How could Tendo's chakra reaction be hidden from Toshiro? Sensing the huge chakra on Yahiko, Toshiro ignored Deidara in the sky. I guess Obito and Zetsu also contributed to this. Looking at the figure rushing towards him, Toshiro moved his neck, making a crisp sound of crackling. Since Yahiko appeared, Nagato was nearby, and there was also Deidara above. It seemed that this time Nagato, or Obito and Black Zetsu, had spent a lot of money to deal with him. Chapter 487, Meixiang Tanian. After sensing the flying thunder god mark, Toshiro moved his sight downwards to a huge tree covered by heavy snow. If he was not mistaken, Obito was hiding there. How did that guy find me? Obito, who was also wearing a red cloud robe, had a doubtful look under his mask. He was just observing the battle in the sky with the corner of his eye. How did the other party find out his whereabouts? If it was just the corner of his eye, the other party should not be able to find his peeping. But, as for the uniform on his body, it was thanks to Toshiro. Because of him, the butterfly, Akatsuki, now lost two important members, and he had to come out to work and become a formal member of Akatsuki. That guy is getting more and more dangerous. Wherever Obito is, there is always Zetsu. Seeing that their whereabouts were discovered, Zetsu no longer concealed himself, but began to observe Toshiro openly, especially the aura of the other party. It's only been a few days since they last met. He was sensitive and found that the aura of the other party had changed again. We should have brought all the members of the organization here. Nagato was still a little worried because he only brought some members of the organization here, and he couldn't help but start complaining, especially Orochimaru, Kakazu, and that hidden they might be able to play a miraculous role when fighting against Uchiha Toshiro. In response, Obito's voice from under the mask was low. Nagato doesn't trust them. Obito had no choice. Orochimaru was a guy with ulterior motives, and Kakazu, an old hand, joined the organization because of Nagato's strength. As for Hiden, this guy was simply a madman. Apart from the evil god, he just wanted to kill. Nagato summoned them to the organization to take advantage of their own strength. As for trust, it didn't exist at all. Fighting against a master like Uchiha Toshiro, bringing a few teammates he didn't trust. He also had to stay alert and be on guard at any time to see if his subordinates would turn against him. No one would do that. But, looking up and looking at Toshiro in the sky, Nagato didn't have any good solution. The aura of the sky gave him a more and more familiar feeling. He began to doubt whether his good brother was really reincarnated. Otherwise, even if Uchiha Toshiro had Hashirama's cells, he would only be at the level of Obito. The Eternal Eye was his limit. But now it seems that the other party seems to be progressing to a higher level. This is unreasonable. It was not long since Toshiro merged the Ten-Tailed chakra, and the chakra on his body was undergoing drastic changes, which made Black Zetsu see the clues. On the other side, flying to the sky 400 or 500 meters above the ground, looking at the mountain eagle that was about to reach the range of his ability, one hand stretched forward, palm clenched. Tanian, of all things, he had absolute confidence in his ability. In order to achieve the best effect of his ability, he even rose to the sky. In order to shorten the distance with the opponent, he could maximize his ability. In this way, he could pull the fifth Hokage down from the sky at one time. As for letting the opponent fall to death, this naive idea he never had. Toshiro, feeling a huge suction force, the eagle shouted loudly, and then frantically flapped its wings. As if it felt that this was not enough, a layer of light blue chakra emerged on its wide and heavy wings. Every time it flapped its wings, it would bring up gusts of wind, but all this was in vain. It still couldn't control itself and began to fall to the ground. Ichi, I'll leave that guy in the sky to you and Yamato. Hearing the eagle's cry for help, Toshiro frowned. It was really a bit troublesome now. If he focused on dealing with the heavenly way below, Deodara above would definitely come out to make trouble. I'm sure you've seen the weakness of that guy's ninjutsu. Although the Super Beast pseudo painting can be used to carry some of the lightning chakra to harass Deodara, this is only a temporary solution. Moreover, the lightning chakra is too violent, and the Super Beast pseudo painting alone can't carry much lightning chakra. Another thing is that Deodara looks a bit stupid, but he still has some tactical qualities. The real body did not even approach Toshiro. After using a clone to test it, it became even more cautious. Yes, X2 hearing Toshiro's words, Yamato's face turned bitter. In order to better develop wood release, he did not involve any chakra attributes other than water and earth. As for lightning, he did not know how to do it at all. Not only him, but even Uchi beside him was a little difficult to deal with. He was a genius that Fugaku focused on training. It cannot be said that he did not know how to use lightning, but it was not his main focus. He focused on illusion and fire release. As for lightning release, he could only use it barely. But at this time, he had to do it even if he couldn't. As for Toshiro, after telling Uchi, he felt the weightlessness of his own body, without a trace of slackness. He raised the Kusanagi sword in his hand. As the chakra in his hand surged, the Kusanagi sword, which was originally only shining with a silver-white metallic luster, began to emit a bright white light. And beside Toshiro, a large number of identical Kusanagi swords appeared. A large circle was formed, surrounding Toshiro and his companions. There were hundreds of them. Go! He waved the Kusanagi sword in his hand in the direction of Tendo. The Kusanagi swords transformed by his chakra were like a swarm of bees that received a signal, shooting towards Tendo. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As these long swords broke through the air, the whoosh sound of sharp blades cutting through the air at high speed was densely packed into one. It was like a large group of bees rushing towards the target, making a buzzing sound when their wings flapped at high speed. And it was also like the sound of a large crossbow firing a large number of arrows. It's really tough, Tendo said under Nagato's control, looking at these long swords shooting towards him. He had taken the opponent seriously enough, and he used one of his strongest abilities, Meixiang Tanian. Right at the beginning, he intended to use this to pull the opponent to the ground. But Toshiro's response really hit the weakness of his ability. These long swords were originally controlled by the opponent and shot towards him, or accelerated by gravity from top to bottom, plus his own Meixiang Tanian. If hit by these long swords, let alone Yahiko's body, even a whole piece of granite would probably not be able to withstand the destruction of these long swords. Orochimaru, this guy, is more likely to cause trouble than help. After complaining about Orochimaru, who actually lost this dangerous weapon to Uchiha Toshiro, Tendo did not change the movement of his hands. Looking at the faint hair ripples at the tips of these long swords, he shouted loudly, Shinro Tensei bang, bang, bang. As violent repulsive force appeared around Tendo, the Kusanagi swords attacking him turned into white smoke one by one and dissipated in the air. Really sharp. Even Nagato had to sigh that these Kusanagi swords were really extraordinary. If what he used was not the invisible force field of repulsion, but other defensive ninjutsu, he might not be able to resist it at all. This is indeed the case. This ninjutsu is derived from the Shrike Shadow clone technique of the third Hokage. And the Shrike Shadow clone, in order to hurt people, has added some of the indestructible characteristics of the Saruman family. Otherwise, even if the Shrike Shadow clone ninjutsu can hit the enemy, it can't break through the enemy's armor, let alone hurt people. In the original work, Orochimaru is the master of this ninjutsu. A Kusanagi sword, stretched and shortened, transformed into hundreds or thousands, can even hurt Naruto, who has already turned into a tailed beast. It is impossible to say that there is no Saruman in the Shrike Shadow clone technique. It is because of the special ability of Tandao that he can defeat all these amazing numbers of Kusanagi sword clones with one blow. If someone else comes, it is estimated that he can't stop it. Swish! Just when Nagato breathed a sigh of relief and was about to launch his next attack, a familiar sound of breaking through the air came into his ears through the smoke around him. Oh no, it's a bait. Hearing this familiar sound of breaking through the air again, Nagato didn't know that the previous Kusanagi swords were all to cover the sudden attack of the last Kusanagi sword. On the left, Nagato was caught off guard by Toshiro, but he was not panicked. Chakra surged in his hand, and a black chakra iron rod appeared in his hand in an instant. What? Just after materializing the black iron rod, Tandao did not dare to delay for a moment and swept directly in the direction of the sound of breaking through the air. But soon he felt something unusual. His defense this time actually failed. This is almost impossible to happen, although his vision was obscured by a lot of white smoke. For a ninja, it is almost basic to identify the position by sound. How could he not hit the target? Turning his eyes, Tandao's lavender samsara eyes looked at the smoke on his right. At this moment, he had no time to do anything else except rolling his eyes. He could only watch as a long sword with white light stretched out from the smoke in front of him on the right and shot towards him. So, can this sword be controlled by humans? In a flash, Nagato roughly figured out the special thing about this long sword. It should be that the flight trajectory changed when it was approaching him. The speed of the long sword, due to the opponent, gravity, and his own abilities, has reached the speed of sound in a very short time, or close to the speed of sound, and the sound of changing its trajectory almost arrived in front of him at the same time as the long sword. That's why he didn't react in time. Chapter 488 Battle 1. Puff. There was a sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. Then, a streak of scarlet blood sprayed from Tendo. The Kusanagi sword had already pierced through the opponent's body, leaving an obvious wound on his chest. Yahiko. Nagato, who was hiding in the tree hole, couldn't help but exclaimed, "What's wrong?" Konan, who was standing by, had been paying close attention to Nagato's condition, but when she saw Nagato's exclamation, she also asked, "Nothing." Nagato opened his mouth. His expression was a little distorted. "It's just. The fifth Hokage gave me a warning." Nagato never thought that Yahiko's body would be destroyed by the opponent after just a face-to-face encounter. Although it was just a corpse, the opponent was his best friend after all. To desecrate Yahiko's corpse was almost an unforgivable sin for him. Oh, there is nothing unusual seeing that Tendo was pierced through the chest by the Kusanagi sword, but was still floating in the air. Toshiro was not surprised. The other party was just a corpse after all. He was able to move because of the ability of the samsara and the chakra transmitted from his body. Just as Dongshiro was observing Tandao, Akaichi, who had been standing behind Dongshiro and had been expressionless, suddenly moved. He reached into the ninjutsu bag with both hands, took out several kunai, and threw them into the sky. Moreover, as he threw them, a squeaking sound of thunder came from his hands. Chidori was a ninjutsu developed by Dongshiro. As the son of the clan leader, Ichi had naturally seen the practice scroll. It was just that he had not yet started to practice the lightning escape ninjutsu specifically, and he himself did not have the lightning attribute, so learning this ninjutsu was not very cost-effective. But he could still do it by injecting some lightning attribute chakra into his own weapons. Ding ding ding. As the sound of kunai colliding with each other came, a large number of white clay birds were attacked by these kunai. Ichi's attack angle was very precise and skillful. He knew that if his kunai directly attack the bodies of these white birds, with the size of the birds, his kunai can only destroy a single target. But there are too many explosives in the sky. He can only choose to let the kunai attack the wings of these birds. This requires excellent skills, accurate throwing, and superb eyesight, and he has all of these. As these kunai continue to collide in the air, changing trajectories, destroying more wings of clay birds, and then shooting at the next target, he himself stood on the back of the mountain eagle, staring at a pair of scarlet Sharingan, with blue electric light constantly surging in his hands, and throwing several kunai from time to time, maintaining the balance of the kunai in the air. Yamato on the side was not idle either. He took off the ninja tool bag behind him, threw the shuriken and kunai to Ichi, and then formed a seal with his hands. Water style, rain-scattered bullet. As his technique was completed, crystal clear water droplets formed around him, and then under his control, they shot towards the white clay in the sky. "You're quite good." Seeing this scene, Deidara in the sky couldn't help but praise, especially Ichi. His shuriken technique was really amazing. He could make the shuriken change its shape in the air and keep shooting down the chakra birds he created. And the other Anbu ninja, although his response was a little worse, made those clays without wings that relied on numbers to break through the opponent's defense ineffective. Let's see how long you can hold on, Deidara in the air laughed. Although the opponent's response was perfect, those kunai with lightning release could not last long. I'll give you some more ingredients. Holding a large ball of small white clay in his hands as if he were holding a treasure, Deidara smiled proudly. Go, my baby. He scattered them, and the white clay in his hands grew in size in a puff of white smoke. Or a winged bird flapping its wings and flying towards the mountain eagle, or a chubby piglet using gravity to fall freely. In this regard, Dong Shilang just glanced at it and didn't care too much. As for Xiaodi, it's definitely right to leave it to Uchiha. You can even turn around and attack. Just now being pierced by the Kusanagi sword, Dan Dao just paused for a moment, and then he acted as if nothing had happened, not caring about the open chest. But before he could make the next move, the sound of breaking through the air behind him again made him frown. Ding! The right arm retracted, and lightly raised it, changing the attack trajectory of the Kusanagi sword. Swish! Before Dan Dao could be thankful that he finally blocked Dong Shilang's attack this time, and was about to settle the crime of destroying Yahiko's body with the other party. Swish! A light sound of instant body movement came. How could you? The pair of samsara eyes were wide open, and Dan Dao almost thought he had seen it wrong. A familiar figure appeared in the sky and caught the Kusanagi sword that he had lifted up. Isn't this guy still on the back of the summoned beast? As soon as this thought came to Nagato's mind, a bright knife light slashed towards Tendo's neck. Clang! Without wondering why the other party suddenly appeared here, the black stick in Tendo's hand once again helped him block the sharp edge of the Kusanagi sword. However, this time, it was no longer the crisp sound of metal collision, but a dull sound like a yellow bell. The powerful and heavy slash was successfully blocked by the opponent, and Tawashiro fell to the ground due to the reaction force and gravity. But he was not discouraged at all. A blue-green light flashed on the Kusanagi sword. Swish! 5 or 6 blue-green crescents broke away from the long sword in his hand and slashed towards the position where Tendo was. After launching the slash, Tawashiro did not stop his movements, but exerted force with his arms, and once again released the Kusanagi sword in his hand and threw it towards Tendo. It's too late. Looking at these slashes that were obviously difficult to resist, and the Kusanagi sword following closely behind the slashes, in the distance, Nagato counted silently in his heart. The cool-down time of Shinro Tensei had not yet arrived. Water style, water formation pillar. Although it was too late to use Shinro Tensei, he still had other options. He simply put his hands together and summoned a stream of water out of thin air, submerging Yahiko's body. And Yahiko's body, with the impact of the water flow, moved sideways for more than 10 meters, avoiding Tawashiro's subsequent slashes, and casually submerged the Kusanagi sword. It's not that easy to succeed. Seeing Nagato's response, Tawashiro had to praise him. By doing this, Nagato could not only change his position, but also avoid the slashes and the subsequent Kusanagi sword. It can also block himself from using Flying Thunder God to a certain extent. After all, there is that water-style ninjutsu, and it is impossible for him to follow the Kusanagi sword into the ninjutsu. As for the opponent's use of water-style ninjutsu, Dong Shilang was not surprised. After all, Yahiko's attribute in the original work seemed to be water. Splash! With the flash of water, the sound of metal chains echoed in the sky. Dong Shilang ignored the Kusanagi sword with the mark of Flying Thunder God, opened his mouth and spit out a fireball with a diameter of 20 to 30 meters, emitting an astonishingly high temperature, blocking Dan Dao's sight. What is it? Dan Dao, who had just avoided Dong Shilang's attack, looked at the fireball in front of him that blocked his entire vision, and his spirit was highly nervous. If it was just a fireball, the power would be nothing, but he knew that the opponent's attack would definitely not be so simple. The sound of metal friction was the key. Sizzled. As Dan Dao manipulated the water flow around him, a touch of white water vapor spread in the air. Here it comes. At the same time, he had just finished performing the water escape ninjutsu, and a golden light came into his eyes. It was ... chains. Relying on the power of the samsara eye, Nagato saw that several golden chains were following closely behind the fireball. With the impact of the fireball, they broke through his defense in one fell swoop, and rushed towards him like a group of hunters who found their prey. Swish! Without hesitation, Tendo threw the black iron rod in his hand, slightly disrupting the attack of some chains. He stretched out his hands and clenched them, and two black iron rods appeared in his hands again. Ding ding ding! A burst of bright sparks, accompanied by a crisp sound like hammering iron, came out. At this time, Tendo, with a pair of lavender samsara eyes, stared at the dancing chains in front of him without blinking. The two black rods in his hands were also swung into windmills by him. At this time, Nagato was extremely fortunate that he had the legendary samsara eye, which could clearly distinguish the attack trajectory of these chains. Otherwise, Yahiko's body would definitely be destroyed again. This was something he could not accept no matter what. He stretched his arm forward, spread his 5 fingers wide, and a golden light appeared in his palm, from which 6 golden chains as thick as his arms emerged. They were like evil pythons that began to hunt, either entangled or pierced through. The source of this ninjutsu was naturally Kushina, who, as the Hokage of Konoha, used her position to learn this ninjutsu with her own pupil technique. It was really convenient to use it now. Rinnegan. Looking at Tendo, who blocked the iron chain in his hand with just 2 iron bars, Toshiro could not help but sigh. The insight of the Rinnegan should be better than the Eternal Eye, otherwise, the opponent would not be able to block his ninjutsu. Dragon Fire Jutsu. Seeing this scene, Toshiro opened his mouth again. A line of fire was spit out by him, falling on the golden chain in his hand, forming a huge dragon head. Just looking at the size of the dragon head, those who didn't know would think that Toshiro was performing some A-level or S-level high-level fire escape ninjutsu. Oh! As the dragon's head opened, an orange red fire dragon followed the chain and opened its mouth to swallow the opposite Dandao into its belly. The opponent was waving the black stick in his hand, struggling to resist the attack of these chains, and had no way to spare any strength to intercept the ninjutsu he casually performed. Chapter 489 Battle 2 Ps. Update first and then modify as this. Going to perform the eye technique? In Dong Shilang's eyes, a pair of blood-red kaleidoscopes rotated slightly, closely watching the every move of the opposite Tendao. Under his observation, the chakra of the other party was gathering in the eyes. As the owner of the eye technique, Dong Shilang knew very well what this meant. It was a sign of the use of the eye technique. His left eye opened wide, and a trace of blood slid down the corner of his eye. And Dong Shilang was completely unaware of all this. He opened his Sharingan to the maximum, trying to use his eye technique to try to copy the opponent's Shinro Tensei. Swish! The figure flashed, and Dong Shilang, who was originally free falling in the sky, disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already next to the Kusanagi sword. The figure flashed again, and the person was already standing on the back of the mountain eagle in the distance. And at the original place, next to Tendao, an invisible force field took shape. When Dong Shilang's dragon fire technique was about to hit him, Tendao used his pupil technique to push away all the flames. As for the diamond chains, without Dong Shilang's chakra to maintain them, they had already begun to slowly dissipate. What a pity! Dong Shilang wiped the blood stains from the corners of his eyes, and a trace of regret was revealed in his eyes. The pupil technique of the samsara is really not so easy to learn. The samsara was right in front of him, and it was still using its power without any scruples. How could he not try his own pupil technique? But the result, it can't be said to be completely useless. It's just that the opponent's pupil technique seems to be too advanced. Even if he remembered every bit of chakra change when the opponent used the pupil technique in his mind, it was still difficult to imitate it. On the one hand, this pupil technique was too advanced. It was just an observation, and he couldn't see it clearly. But this was not a problem. He believed that Nagato would use this ninjutsu again in this battle, and he had a chance to perfectly replicate the secret of this pupil technique. Another reason was that the level of this pupil technique was too high. After all, it was the pupil technique of the Rinnegan. He had to use his eternal eye to perform it. One aspect was that it consumed a lot of energy, and the other was the strength of his eyes. There was still a big gap between it and the Rinnegan. He could perform it by force, but it would cause some damage to his eyes, especially if he could not perform it frequently. Otherwise, his eternal eye would probably have problems. This is the Flying Thunder God technique. He had just deflected Tawashiru's attack, and saw that the other party had returned to the back of the summoning beast in just a blink of an eye. Tendao only thought for a moment and knew that the other party should be using the famous skill of the fourth Hokage, the Flying Thunder God technique. He just didn't expect that the fifth Hokage would also know this ninjutsu, and he performed it so skillfully. Tawashiru had obtained the Flying Thunder God technique for nearly 7 years, and although he did not intend to use this ninjutsu as his main fighting method, he did not give up this ninjutsu. He had been practicing this ninjutsu for so many years. In the past, it was necessary to make hand seals when performing it, but after so many years of repeated practice, he finally trained this ninjutsu to the point where he could perform it with ease. Whoosh! Chakra surged in his hand, and the power in Tendo Pain's hand surged. He threw the black stick in his hand like throwing a javelin. The target was the eagle. At the same time, his hands kept moving. 10,000 things heavenly attraction once again created attraction force, pulling the eagle's body and slowly began to fall. At the same time, a large amount of detonating clay attacked from the sky. What a tacit cooperation! Should I intercept the black stick, or attack Tendo again and interrupt the opponent's pupil technique? There are also clay bombs in the sky. Ichi, don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities to perform pupil techniques later. Seeing that Ichi had narrowed his left eye and fixedly looked at Deidara in the sky, it was obvious that he was about to perform pupil techniques. Dongshilang interrupted him. With Tendo around, it was obviously impossible to just walk away. If we don't stay and fight the other party, today's matter will probably not be over. How is it? The shrinkings and kunai have been used up. Well, this time I will let you appreciate my art flying high in the sky. Deidara saw Ichi stop throwing shrinkings and kunai, knowing that the consumable weapons in the other party's hands had been used up. He couldn't help but be overjoyed, not knowing that he was crazy and dying. Should I intercept the leader's attack, or intercept my art again? You are stupid, ignorant, and don't know how to appreciate the beauty of art. This time, I must let you see what is a momentary bloom sitting on his clay bird. Deidara was still excited about his own shattering and brilliant art that was about to be performed. This guy seems to be a little too excited. He looked at Deidara from a distance. This guy actually dared to look at them so unscrupulously. Did he think that the distance was far enough and he and others could not do anything to him? Is this the Meixiang Sharingan? Deidara, who was enjoying himself in the sky, suddenly paused and then turned pale with fear. Release. Without hesitation, he formed a seal and disrupted his own chakra flow. This guy's illusion can actually be projected at such a long distance? No. It should be the pupil technique of the Sharingan, otherwise ordinary illusions cannot be effective at this distance. Without hesitation, Deidara manipulated the clay bird to raise the altitude. The opponent's illusion was too dangerous, so it was better for him to stay away from it. TSK. Do you think it will work like this? With a pound. Tawashiru disagreed with Deidara's caution. How could the illusion he specially developed, which was refracted by water molecules in the air, be so easy to break? At this distance, Ichi might have to consume a lot of pupil power to make Deidara fall into it, but for him, an ordinary illusion was enough. After looking at Deidara, Tawashiru did not stop his movements. The Kusanagi sword, which glowed with a white light, began to extend rapidly under his control. After the tip of the sword lightly deflected the attack of the black stick, the sword turned and stabbed in the direction of Tandao. This guy seems to know my ability very well. Recalling the response of the Hokage, a doubt appeared in Nagato's mind. Could it be that these are all special features of the Sharingan? Looking at the scarlet light in the other party's eyes, Nagato could only comfort himself in this way. He had never fought with a master of eye techniques, and he could only attribute the other party's abnormal performance to the magic of the other party's eye techniques. Stopping his eye techniques again and resisting the stab of the other party's long sword, Nagato began to feel that this time the enemy might not be so easy to deal with. I really underestimated these so-called shadows. I don't know if it's because of the poor combat power of Hanzo of the Salamander, and the 4th generation Mizukage was easily controlled by Madara. Nagato has always been indifferent to the strength of the shadows. He thinks that most of these shadows are just so-so. With his Samsara Eye, combined with Pain's 6 paths, he can sweep away all enemies that stand in his way. After only a few rounds of fighting today, he realized that he might be in for a tough fight today. The altitude has dropped a lot, only about 500 or 600 meters from the ground. Zaoshan Eagle, find a place to land, Dong Shilang said to the Zaoshan Eagle after breaking Tandao's attack with one sword. Then you can go back to take care of the children. It is not a solution to always entangle with the other party like this. Dong Shilang plans to meet the self-proclaimed god Nagato. If the sky is not good enough, he will not be polite with the pair of samsara eyes in his eyes. Is this a bit disloyal? Hearing Dong Shilang's words, the Zaoshan Eagle hesitated. It was a bit unacceptable to leave its companions and leave alone. As a YC eagle, how could it do such a tasteless thing? Have you been hanging out with the toads in Meibaku Mountain too much recently? You don't learn the good things, but you learn things like brotherhood and loyalty quickly. The summoned beasts have some connection with each other. As for an eagle, a bird of amazing size, somehow got in touch with the toads in Meibaku Mountain. That's not all. He also got together with the equally huge toad Bunta. Last time, he even asked him for a drink, but he scolded him severely. Now he's still talking about brotherhood with him. Hurry up and find a place to put us down, and then go back to where we came from. If it was any other opponent, it would be fine to take an eagle with him to learn some new things. But this time, we are facing Pain's 6 paths, and if we take it with us, it's estimated that it will not end well. But Chiubimaru always brags to me. After being rejected by Tawashiru, Zisun Eagle still didn't give up. He had communicated with Chiubimaru before. That guy always brags about how he and Tawashiru fought the 9 tails, 8 tails, and the Raikage brothers. As for me, the only thing I can show off is my means of transportation. In that case, you should be careful. I always take Chiubimaru to score points, but I ignore this guy. But you don't have enough practical experience, and your ninjutsu is not very smooth. If there is anything wrong, cancel the summoning and dodge. Seeing that the eagle was a little hesitant, Tawashiru was embarrassed to drive him away, but just told him to be careful. It's not that he didn't want to fight with the eagle. This guy, as his first summoned beast, has not been intelligent for a long time. In the early years, when I was not strong enough, it only had a general understanding of chakra when I needed help. Except for its flying instinct, it was not good at fighting. In recent years, my strength has increased greatly, and the enemies I have encountered are also much higher level. Even Chiubimaru has fewer and fewer opportunities to help, let alone it. Chapter 490 Scorpion and an Acquaintance. The border of the Iron Country. Tall trees, covered in silver, the cold rain and snow seemed to have covered them with a thick layer of armor. The branches bent by the white snow stood quietly in the cold wind. Enduring the test of the cold winter, in the distance, a series of muffled sounds came, breaking the silence of this primeval forest. Is this the summoned beast of the animal realm? Looking at the huge dogs, rhinos, centipedes, and crabs in front of him, Tawashiru's eyes were full of interest. As soon as he landed, the 6 paths of pain came to him with a large group of summoned beasts. They were really impatient. Godame Hokage, your existence has hindered the arrival of peace, so you must die today. Standing in the middle of a group of pains, Tendo's tone was indifferent, and he pronounced that today was the day of Tawashiru's death. Death? Shaking his head slightly, Tawashiru didn't take it seriously. The grass on the graves of those who want me dead is already 3 feet high. If the information is correct, you should be ninjas from the land of rain, and the name of the organization is Akatsuki. Well, it has some relationship with that idiot Jiraiya. Looking at Tendo, Tawashiru was not in a hurry to take action. Teacher Jiraiya. Hearing Jiraiya's name, Tendo paused for a moment, and it was obvious that he had a deep memory of the days when Jiraiya accompanied him. Since you're aiming for peace, Why did you attack us? Looking at Tendo with a look of nostalgia on his face, Ichi couldn't help but ask. We came to the land of iron this time for the peace of the ninja world. You attacking us at this time will only destroy the agreement reached by the major powers. Let the hope that has finally appeared be shattered. Ichi's own opinion on the agreement proposed by Toshiro. Although knowing these agreements cannot eliminate the conflicts between the major powers, it will play a positive role in reducing the outbreak of war. Since the other party is under the guise of peace, they should not attack them. HMPH peace? This is just peace between you big countries. For us small countries, it has no meaning. Nagato, who grew up in the land of rain and has seen many ninjas from big countries trampling on civilians of small countries, didn't know what the so-called peace agreement was about. But he instinctively didn't believe these so-called big countries, and his hatred for them was engraved in his bones. Okay Ichi, this guy is just a puppet. Seeing that Ichi still wanted to argue with him, Toshiro interrupted him. If you have anything to say, say it in front of his real body, puppet. Although Ichi found that there was something wrong with these people, he never thought that the other party was actually a puppet. Okay, let me deal with these people. Take Yamato and search in that direction. Send a signal directly if you find anything. Since he was fighting with pain, he naturally had to find the other party's real body first. Although he didn't know the specific location of the other party, he could still judge the general direction. The pupils in the rippled eyes shrank suddenly. Nagato had not expected that the other party would figure out his secret after just one encounter. Moreover, the direction the other party said was exactly where his body was now. Bang, bang, bang. Without further ado, pain directly controlled the summoned beasts and rushed towards the direction where Toshiro and the others were. Go. After you find the people, don't act rashly. The other party is not an ordinary ninja. After instructing Ichi, Toshiro went to face the enemy. You want to pass through me? Wishful thinking. Among the 6 people, 2 planned to directly bypass Toshiro and attack Ichi and Yamato directly. However, chains appeared again. They attacked the 2 pains who had left the team and the summoned beasts respectively. The others were easy to deal with, but the split dog was a little troublesome, so he had to devote some energy to take care of it. Meixiang, seeing this scene, Dandao instinctively wanted to use Meixiang Tanian to pull the other party in front of him. But before he could activate his ability, a flash of white light, like a flash of lightning, shot towards Tendo. Really tough. If it was just a long sword, Tendo wouldn't care at all. But the opponent's Kusanagi sword suddenly changed into 12 swords during the flight. They were pointed at the remaining 4 pains. Having experienced the sharpness of the Kusanagi sword, Ben dared not neglect it. Shinro Tensei spread out these long swords. When he observed the movement in the field again, there were 2 other Konoha ninjas there. Deidara, looking up at the sky, Pain's heart sank. Could this guy be under the opponent's illusion? He just wanted to contact this guy through the ring in Deidara's hand, but it seems that you have a lot of people. Toshiro, who was originally manipulating the diamond chain to seal the summoned beasts, stopped his action and looked to his side. His keen perception let him know that there were 2 very good chakras lurking there, and there was a chakra in it, which gave him a familiar smell. The 5th Hokage is indeed extraordinary. As soon as Dong Shilang finished speaking, a clear and charming male voice sounded. A handsome man with short red hair walked out from behind the snow fir tree where he was hiding. Isn't this the genius of the Sand Village, Scorpion of the Red Sand? Dong Shilang was a little surprised when he saw the young man in a red cloud robe. It was not that he was surprised by the other party's appearance, but his current outfit, deep eyes, upright posture, especially his hands, white and slender. He is really a handsome young man. Leader looking at Dong Shilang, Scorpion's eyes glowed. This guy's body will be handed over to me to deal with later. Looking Dong Shilang up and down, Scorpion's eyes revealed a satisfied look, as if what he saw was not a human being, but a peerless work of art, full of desire and desire for possession. Being stared at by a man like this, Dong Shilang got goosebumps on his body. Even his sweat hair stood up, and he began to complain in his heart. Every one of these members of Akatsuki is a pervert. Although he knew that Scorpion only admired his body and planned to make him into a human puppet, he couldn't stand being stared at by a grown man. I'm not interested in men. After a little complaint, and being surprised that Scorpion hadn't made him into a puppet, Toshiro turned his gaze to the crown of a big tree. If his perception was not wrong, there was an old acquaintance of his there. It's been a long time since we last met. Looking at the slender figure slowly falling, Toshiro's gaze stayed on the other's face for a while, and then he looked at the robe on the other's body. I didn't expect that you also joined this Akatsuki organization, Meixiang, and it seems that you are standing on the opposite side of me today. Although wearing a loose robe, Toshiro, who had experienced the gentleness of it, knew how deadly the temptation was under this robe. Thinking of the ecstasy of that night, even facing the 6 paths of pain and Scorpion, Toshiro couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts. It was really an unforgettable night for him. You will cover them later. I can give you his body later, but you have to be careful of the opponent's illusion. It seems that Delata has been hit. After reminding Scorpion, Tendao looked at Meixiang. Pain was not surprised that Toshiro and Meixiang knew each other. As a member of the organization, he naturally did some research on his past experiences. Meixiang, you go after his guards. Compared to these, Tendao was obviously more concerned about Ichi and Yamato. Although Konan was by his side, he still planned to let Meixiang go to support. Okay. After taking a deep look at Toshiro, Meixiang, who had just appeared, left along the traces left by Ichi and Yamato. This woman, she is really ruthless. She didn't even say hello, and she came here with Nagato to surround and kill him. After this matter is over, I must clean it up. His eyes swept over Meixiang's disappearing back. Unfortunately, the wide robe blocked the scenery behind him. Toshiro did not stop Meixiang from leaving. Instead, he focused his attention on the enemy in front of him. That guy, was he caught in an illusion? The leader reminded him. He is the type who will die early. Looking up, Scorpion no longer looked at Toshiro recklessly, but sneered and summoned the Higurashi. He jumped and hid in it. He is not a kid like Deidara who has not even grown all his hair. He still has some understanding of Uchiha. Although he covets the other party's body, he still has the necessary caution. Kakaka. With Scorpion's manipulation, the huge Higurashi opened its mouth and spit out a black scroll. On the other side, the 6 paths of pain also rearranged their formation and looked at Toshiro, ready to attack at any time. It's not the third Kazekage. I was really underestimated. Looking at the 10 puppets surrounding Higurashi, Toshiro was a little dissatisfied. Since Scorpion has not made himself into a puppet, it seems that he has not yet developed the 100 machines manipulation. However, even so, isn't it a bit too much to look down on him as a Hokage to bring out some ordinary puppets? You actually know about the third Hokage. Hearing what Toshiro said, Sasori, who was hiding in the Scarlet Floamber, was shocked. He had done this matter very secretly, and it should be impossible for anyone to know about it. How did this guy know? I know a lot of things. With a meaningful look at Tendo on the opposite side, Toshiro had a burst of white smoke floating beside him, and he had already taken out the flame fan. This time, the enemy, whether it was Nagato or Sasori, were the type who manipulated puppets. He had to take it seriously. Chapter 491 Orochimaru. Hehehe, the fun is about to begin. In the deep forest of ice and snow, a white snake that blended into the surrounding snow suddenly opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. Then, a pale arm stretched out from it. Orochimaru, who was wet, wearing a long robe of the Akatsuki organization, looked at the fierce battle in the distance from afar. At the end of his sight, a huge sea eagle in the sky was entangled with a huge centipede. On the other side, deafening sounds came from time to time, the wailing of rhinos, the barking of giant dogs, the roar of lizards, the shaking of the earth from time to time, and the light of ninjutsu, all showed the fierceness of the battle in the distance. I think they don't have time to pay attention to the movement over here ignoring the battle over there. Orochimaru identified a direction and lurked carefully. He was part of the proposal to encircle and kill Toshiro this time. Although pain did not let him join in, Orochimaru had plenty of ways to get in. As for the purpose, naturally it was for the samsara, with Toshiro as the Hokage to distract the leader's attention. He took this opportunity to seize the samsara. After the last transaction with Toshiro, He had been verifying Tawashiro's information. As time passed, he had figured out the other party's ability. This time, it could be said that he had been planning for a long time. On the other side, bang! A muffled sound came. Uchiha rebound. The flame fan in his hand blocked in front of him, and bounced off some of the obviously poisoned senbon. He waved the flame fan in his hand in front of him. A hurricane formed and blew away the purple smoke that filled the surroundings. The puppet master's poison is really annoying. After complaining about Scorpion's moves, Tawashiro swung the Kusanagi sword in his hand, and a blue-green sword light slashed towards the ground. At this moment, an arm stretched out from the ground. It was a pain with a full head of orange hair. Is it human Tao? Seeing that the other party was desperate to grab his ankle after many covers, it must be human Tao. This guy's ability seems to be able to extract the enemy's soul from the body. How could he let the other party get close to him? It seems that there is no way to defeat you without a big one. Looking at the surroundings, the large-scale destruction of the forest, and the 4 split dogs not far away, Dong Shilang felt that he had underestimated the ability of the Samsara. Defeat us? The brand new Tendao walked out of a strange summoned object, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes when he looked at Dong Shilang. We are pain, we are God, and it is you, Uchiha Dong Shilang, who will be defeated today. As Tendao stepped out of the big mouth of King Yama, behind him, the human Dao, who had just been cut in half by Dong Shilang's sword light, appeared again. What a trouble! Looking at this King Yama summoned by the Hell Road, Dong Shilang also felt a little toothache. Sir Dong Shilang, the call for help from Chiubimaru. Turning his head, he looked at Chiubimaru and Zashan Eagle, who were fighting with the split dog, rhino and other summoned beasts not far away. He knew that these two guys could not hold on for much longer. In that case, he put the Kusanagi sword and the flame fan in front of him, put his hands together, and began to prepare. Quick, don't let him use ninjutsu. In Tendao's eyes, the chakra in Tawashiro's body at this time was like a calm lake that suddenly began to boil. A glaring blue light made his pupils shrink involuntarily. Tenxiang Tanian, without any hesitation, Tendao directly used his ability this time. In order to prevent his ability from being interrupted, he also controlled another pain to block Tendao. Tena, just a Tenxiang Tanian wants to interrupt his ninjutsu? How is this possible? As the chakra in Tawashiro's eyes surged, a red light appeared beside him. Then came a skeleton, muscles, skin, and finally a layer of orange-red armor. As soon as he appeared, this half-armored giant stretched out his 2 arms and inserted them into the ground in front of him. At the same time, he materialized 2 other arms and long swords, and slashed a dazzling sword light in the direction of pain. No, Shirado can't stop it. Shirado can be used as a meat shield to resist the Kusanagi sword. The sword swung by this red chakra giant is so powerful that Shirado can't stop it at all. Ding! A muffled sound came. It was the hungry ghost path. This guy can absorb the enemy's chakra and other energy attacks. At this time, he appeared in front of Tendu and Shirado, helping them block Tawashiro's slash. In order to prevent the Kusanagi sword in the opponent's hand, Tendu originally let Shirado, who was different from the ordinary pain, stand in front of these bodies. However, he didn't expect that the opponent could actually materialize this kind of chakra giant and swing this kind of slash. Fortunately, Hungry Ghost Path was by his side. Concentrating his mind, Nagato was about to increase his chakra input to interrupt the opponent's ninjutsu, while controlling the Hungry Ghost Path to rush towards the opponent. Beside Tawashiro and in the surrounding deep forests, small branches began to emerge from the frozen soil covered with heavy snow. Wood release, tree world birth, gathering a large amount of chakra, and distracted by the ability to resist the heavenly path, Tawashiro finally used his own ninjutsu, and the first move was the wood release that shook the ninja world. Disperse. Looking at these trees that were surging towards him and others like a tide, Nagato in the dark directly controlled the 6 paths of pain and began to disperse and dodge. While dodging, he did not forget to remind Scorpion, whose puppet had been almost destroyed. Scorpion, who had just taken out a scroll with 3 words written on it and was ready to fight Tawashiro again, did not expect that the opponent would have such a trick. Looking at the large number of tree branches that were attacking, he controlled the higher Goku to dodge. However, he soon discovered that compared to those fast-growing trees, his Fuyuhu still needed to be improved in terms of flexibility. Crack, crack, crack. With the groan of being overwhelmed by the heavy load coming from the Fuyuhu, Scorpion had no time to hesitate. The scorpion tail behind the Fuyuhu stretched out and cut around it frantically. Bang! With the wood chips flying around, the door above the Fuyuhu opened wide. A figure flashed by, and without having time to feel sorry for his work, he made a few flexible leaps and began to dodge the surrounding trees that seemed to have self-awareness. But unfortunately, his movements were still a step slow. Snap! Several branches in a row seemed to be somewhat indignant about Pain's escape, and they swung out a series of crisp sounds and whipped towards Scorpion. It's over. Although he could still struggle, Scorpion looked at the dense vines around him, which began to attack, intercept, and block the range of his avoidance as if they had life. He knew he couldn't hold on for long. Shinro Tensai Wong Siam Tanian. Just when Scorpion thought he was about to be caught by the other party this time, a powerful force field brushed against his side, knocking the surrounding trees into wood chips. After that, he lost his balance and flew towards the leader. And Tendo, who did all this, was not feeling well. He just paused for a while, and the vines around him, as if they were enraged, surrounded him crazily. In order to let Tendo and the scorpion in his hand escape, Pain beside him had to start trying to destroy these vines. Roar! As for the other side, the summoned beasts who were suppressing Chiubimaru and Zashandiel, because of their size, after a resistance that could be called insignificant, they were wrapped around by the vines that could bind the tailed beasts. Then these summoned beasts felt that their chakra was constantly being drawn away, and even the vines wrapped around them began to absorb their flesh and blood crazily and grow more luxuriantly. We can't stay here any longer. Seeing that the surrounding trees became more active as if they had been injected with chicken blood, Nagato in the dark was extremely anxious. Go! The tall Shirudao pulled his arm away. Swish, swish, swish. Rockets were fired at the surrounding trees as if they were free. After stopping the momentum of the trees for a while, Shirudao continued to move. He carried the long-haired Gizadao on his shoulders. Boom! As he exerted his strength, the ground beneath him collapsed half a meter because of the huge force he suddenly burst out. And Tandao, taking advantage of this gap, took Scorpion and flew into the sky. There were rustling sounds, mixed with the crisp sound of vines whipping. Tandao and Gizadao had just escaped, and the remaining four were already entangled by the dense trees around them, and began to take root in their bodies, extracting the chakra and nutrients in their bodies. The summoning technique was still flying in the air. When Nagato saw that he had flown out of the range of wood release, he saw the fate of the other four and did not dare to neglect them at all. He manipulated the animal path to form a seal and summon the other four to his side. Wood release. It's really terrifying. The heavenly path slowly floated down with Scorpion, looked at the several pains around him, and the summoned beasts in the distance who were still struggling in pain, and his eyes became more and more sinister. In just a short while, the bodies of the hungry ghost path and the other human path, Hell path, and Shura path were already covered with vines, and their own chakra was also absorbed by those trees. Bang! There was no time to sigh about these. Under Nagato's control, the animal path immediately made those summoned beasts retreat, and then looked at the forest that suddenly appeared. It seems, I can only use that. In the dark tree hole, Nagato was well aware of the changes on the battlefield. He had realized that it seemed impossible to defeat Uchiha Toshiro just by relying on a few clones. Chapter 492 Utilization. Is that where the enemy's body is? On a tall spruce tree, Ichi and Yamato were looking at the peak of a mountain in the distance. There, a tall tree stood quietly. It looked no different from the surrounding trees, but the careful Ichi still found the difference. The falling snow on the crown of this big tree looked no different from the tree on the right, but the rime on its surface was inconsistent. Rime is a white or milky white opaque ice layer attached to the windward surface of ground objects, such as branches. In fact, it is also a kind of frost, a white opaque granular structure deposit formed by ice crystals on objects with a temperature below the freezing point. When supercooled water mist, temperature below 0 degrees, collides with an object that is also below the freezing temperature, rime will form. When water vapor in the air condenses into a solid state immediately when it hits an object, it will form a rime layer or rime deposit. There is also rime on this big tree, but Uchiha can see that this layer of rime is disguised by a special ninja method. Yamato, send the signal. Uchiha was now trained to be a very good ninja, or a very handy tool. After finding the enemy's main body, he did not hesitate and directly asked Yamato to send a signal. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before Yamato's hand reached his ninja tool bag, a familiar sound of breaking through the air came from his side. Drum drum drum. It was just shuriken. Of course it was impossible to hurt Yamato and Uchiha. Before these shurikens got close, they had already dodged in advance. It turned out to be paper. Looking down, Yamato's face was full of surprise. A row of white shurikens, which looked like paper, were stuck in the spruce tree where he just stood. If Yamato was not particularly sensitive to wood and wooden products, he would not believe that these shurikens deeply embedded in the tree were actually made of paper. I won't let you send a signal. The person who came was none other than Konan, who stayed with Nagato. She arranged a lot of spies near the base, and when Uchiha and Yamato arrived, she found the traces of the other party. It's actually a flying ninja. Seeing Konan's legs hanging in the air, both Uchiha and Yamato knew that this time the enemy would be more difficult. After looking at each other, Uchiha stood in front of Yamato. Yamato took out the signal gun from his backpack again. HMPH with a cold snort. Konan, who had two white wings on her back, pointed at Uchiha and Yamato. A large amount of paper fell off from the wings behind her, and then automatically folded into four-cornered windmill-like shurikens, like a swarm of bees, shooting towards Uchiha and Yamato. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu when facing paper. The best technique is of course fire style, and Uchiha happened to be a master of fire style. Uchiha blocked the opponent's attack with a great fireball. When he was wondering why the opponent's attack was so easy to block, Yamato behind him suddenly changed his face and shouted at Uchiha in front of him. Be careful, there's a sneak attack from behind. Reminding Uchiha in front of him, Yamato did not hesitate at all and quickly formed seals with both hands. Wood style. Wood ingot wall. Judging from the sound of the wind behind him, the enemy should be using kunai, but Uchiha was in front of him, so he couldn't dodge. Whack, whack, whack. The deep forest was once again filled with the crisp sound of kunai hitting wood, followed by a light sizzling sound. It's a detonating tag. Yamato, who was performing wood style to block the opponent's attack, was startled. Looking back at Uchiha, who was resisting the continuous attack of the flying woman, he couldn't help but sigh. Neither he nor Uchiha could dodge at this time. If he dodges, Uchiha will be attacked by the kunai and detonating tags behind him. If Uchiha dodges, he will be attacked by the shuriken of the woman opposite. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions were heard. Then a lot of wood chips flew everywhere. Looking at the direction behind him, Konan frowned. With such a big noise, what's the difference between this and launching a flare? Yakura, let's work together and get rid of these two people. She didn't communicate with the other party beforehand, so she couldn't say anything. Since her position might be exposed, she didn't bother about it anymore. Urging Yakura, her body, like pieces of paper, began to float in the air and disappeared. Yakura, without hesitation, immediately appeared 3 orange-yellow fireballs behind her and attacked Yamato. Be careful of Yakura's bloodline limit. Don't let those fireballs get close to your body. Uchiha's eyes swept over Yakura's body and reminded Yamato. Before he could say more, his body turned into black crows and flew around. What a weird ability. Looking at where he was standing, he was submerged by a large ball of white paper that suddenly appeared. Uchiha felt lucky in his heart. The other party's ability was really weird. He had already ambushed a large amount of white paper under him and hidden in the surrounding environment. If it weren't for his Sharingan, he wouldn't have discovered this woman's tricks. On the other side, as a burst of white steam filled the air, Yamato also fell into a bitter battle. Not far from where they were fighting, a mysterious figure saw all of this. Very good, this way. There will be no one around that brat to get in the way. Looking at the two sides fighting, Orochimaru had a satisfied smile in his eyes. and then he sank into the ground. Uchiha Toshiro, the Hokage, had exchanged a lot of good things from him, and this time it was time for him to pay back with interest. And neither of the two sides fighting on the spot felt Orochimaru's arrival or departure, it seems. The main body is in that direction in the silent primeval forest. The sound of the explosion could be transmitted far away, and with Toshiro's excellent five senses, he raised his head and looked at a mountaintop in the distance. Then he showed a cheerful smile to Pain. Since the main body has been found, there is no need to entangle with you. After saying this, Toshiro waved the flame fan in his hand, creating a huge storm, and then disappeared on the spot. Leader, aren't you going to chase him? Seeing that Toshiro had disappeared, but the leader still didn't move, Sasori was a little surprised. No need glancing at the direction where the Hokage disappeared. Tendo was not in a hurry. Even if this guy found the location of the main body, it would matter. What's more, he had a faster way to return to the main body. Be careful, and then take a look at that Deidara guy. Deidara had been flying in the sky since the start of the war, without any movement. Sasori still had to go and take a look. Otherwise it would be bad if he was accidentally injured when he used that move later. Bang! After saying this guy, Tendo and the other six paths of pain disappeared at once. Sasori was left alone here. Obito, let's go and take a look. The explosion of the detonating tag was heard not only by Toshiro and his men, but also by Zetsu and Obito, who had been hiding in the dark and had not shown up. After just distinguishing the location where the explosion came from, he began to head towards Nagato's location impatiently. No matter what, he couldn't let the Samsara get in trouble. Otherwise, wouldn't his plan for so many years be in vain? You seem to be particularly nervous about Nagato's situation. Hearing Zetsu's words, Obito looked at Zetsu strangely. This guy, whom Madara used to monitor him, has recently behaved a little bit unusually, especially when it comes to Nagato. He becomes a little anxious, which is seriously inconsistent with his usual behavior, because Nagato is the key to the plan. Hearing Obito's question, Zetsu was stunned for a moment. Recalling it, his performance in the past few days was indeed a little different from usual, but he quickly found an excuse to evade it. At the same time, he began to shout in his heart, how could he still be as calm as before? This matter is related to his plan for thousands of years. If there are some other problems, he can still make up for it. But now if Nagato, or the Samsara Eye, falls into the hands of Uchiha Toshiro, then everything is really over. Is that so? Obito grumbled and didn't bother about this question anymore. The space around him rippled and he disappeared from the spot. In the dim tree hole, can't wait any longer. Looking at Nagato, who was making a seal, Orochimaru, who had just lurked nearby, carefully restrained his own breath and didn't dare to reveal any flaws. He originally planned to see if Toshiro could distract the other party's attention more, but he didn't expect that the other party actually planned to summon the six paths to his side. This disrupted his plan a little. In his original plan, the Hokage was involved in Nagato's six paths clones, and the Hokage guards were entangled with Konan. He could launch a sneak attack unexpectedly and take Nagato's Samsara Eye in one fell swoop, but he didn't expect that the other party actually planned to use the summoning technique. Nagato, who had just finished the seal, suddenly felt that there was a strange breath on the ground under his feet. Before he could react, he noticed a breath of chakra mobilization. Summoning technique. A huge purple snake with a pair of horns on its head appeared in the same place. At the same time, Orochimaru's body turned into a residual shadow and rushed towards Nagato. I must succeed this time. With determination in his heart, Orochimaru spit out an equally sharp Kusanagi sword from his mouth, held it in his hand, and launched an attack from behind Nagato. The Mang snake he summoned did not hesitate at all. Its body squirmed and twisted, and then pounced from the front of Nagato. Obviously, Orochimaru had already made a deal with this hot-tempered guy before summoning him. Otherwise, Mang Snake would not be so honest and obedient. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493 Self-Destruction. It's you, Orochimaru. As the base he had carefully selected, Nagato naturally arranged some means of investigation. However, he was still surprised that Orochimaru could sneak in. "You are looking for death." With a cold snort, Nagato's eyes flashed with murderous intent. This damn guy, at this critical moment, still had such a small idea. He really didn't know how to write the word death. Spirit summoning technique. Although the snake in front and the sneak attack from behind were close at hand, Nagato did not stop his actions. He summoned the 6 paths of pain. At the same time, his arm also slapped the machine under him. Whoosh! A black arrow, with a black thin rope connected to it, cleverly turned a few times and shot at Orochimaru behind him. Puff! For this kind of attack, Orochimaru directly ignored it and let the arrow hit his body. Ugh! The snake opened its mouth wide, ignoring the interference transmitted from the arrow, or the thin rope behind it, and another Orochimaru jumped out of the snake's mouth, at a speed that the naked eye cannot catch. He quickly closed the distance with Nagato. The Kusanagi sword in his hand was also pointed directly at Nagato's neck. For Orochimaru, whether it was cutting off the opponent's neck or taking out Nagato's eyes, the result would be the same: delusion. As soon as he appeared, the 6 paths of pain surrounded the main body in the middle very tacitly, and the 10th path even sneered. Shinro Tensei. Whether it was the 10,000 snakes in front of him or Orochimaru who was approaching him from behind, they were useless in front of his samsara. Bang! The invisible repulsive force bounced the snake in front of him and Orochimaru behind him away. But before Nagato could breathe a sigh of relief, his face suddenly changed. "It's underground." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge spike broke out from under him, and the target was the disabled Nagato. It was the tail of the 10,000 snakes. Slurp! Just as Nagato was manipulating pain to block the sudden attack, a long scarlet tongue shot out from the mouth of Orochimaru, who was bounced away. At the same time, another Orochimaru appeared and spit out a large number of tiny venomous snakes. Because there were too many venomous snakes, they were stacked up like a large wave and flooded towards Nagato. This was not the end. From the tail of the 10,000 snakes, a piece of purple snake scale the size of a wash basin fell off, and it turned into the appearance of Orochimaru, reaching out to press towards Nagato's body. Ninjutsu? For symbols seal. Orochimaru really deserves to be a veteran strongman who has fought his way out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the ninja world. If he didn't take action, it would be fine. Once he took action, he took Nagato's reaction into consideration. First, he used his own body and 10,000 snakes to trick the opponent's most dangerous Shinra Tensei, and then used the tail of 10,000 snakes to cover him. He used his clone to transform into snake scales, waiting for an opportunity to launch the 4 symbols seal, intending to seal Nagato's chakra in one fell swoop. In this way, the opponent's clones became a decoration and posed no threat at all. In order to cover this clone, he used his main body to use his long tongue to attack Nagato's main body, and another clone to attack Nagato's clones of the heavenly Tao. Under a blood-red sky, Xionin looked at the crows flying around her. There were noisy cries in her ears. Suddenly, several crows flew towards her in groups. Swish! Without hesitation, several pieces of white paper detached from her body, folded into several white swifts in the air, and flew towards the crows. Excellent illusion. Xionin frowned as she saw her swifts turn into a burning flame as soon as they came into contact with the opponent's crows. However, when these papers were burning, a violent explosion was heard. The illusion of this small enemy was the most she had ever seen in her life. In order to guard against the guy who claimed to be Madara, she also collected some information about Uchiha, which mentioned that Sharingan illusions were very troublesome. Originally, she thought that the information collected from the black market was a bit exaggerated, and was just nonsense to get rewards from her. Today, I personally experienced that the information was true. Before she could figure out how to break the opponent's illusion, Konin's body, which was originally floating in the air, suddenly seemed to fall apart and turned into pieces of white paper floating in the air. This woman's technique, hidden in the illusion. Ichi slashed the enemy's neck with a knife. Seeing the opponent turned into white paper all over the sky, Ichi could be sure that the opponent was immune to physical attacks. This gave him a headache. If he used ninjutsu, the detonating tag in the opponent's hand could also make almost all of his ninjutsu useless. Does it mean to use the pupil technique? Touching his eyes, Ichi felt that it was time for him to use his trump card. At this time, Konan had a bad premonition in his heart. The alarm she had hidden on Nagato's side was triggered. Something happened to Nagato. Thinking of this, Konan knew that she could not continue to tangle with the other party. Nagato's body was in a state that could not handle two complicated situations. I'm sorry, Yi Kang. She no longer cared about Yi Kang. In her heart, Nagato was the most important. Her body reassembled in the air. Although Konan could not see Ichi's figure, she still quickly made a few seals. As her seals were completed, white papers fell off her body one by one. These falling papers, as if they were cast with multiple shadow clones, began to increase rapidly. This crazy woman, looking at the black lines on the white papers, Uchiha's originally calm expression finally couldn't be maintained. Looking at the terrifying number of papers that were still increasing, especially the word explosion in the center of the paper, a drop of cold sweat slid down Ichi's forehead. Without hesitation, with such a terrifying number, he began to doubt whether his Susanoo could withstand such an attack. This number of detonating tags cannot be described as thousands or tens of thousands. Is it 100,000? No. Is it 1 million or 10 million? 10 million is too conservative. Isn't the opponent afraid of blowing himself up? Yamato, retreat. Without hesitation, Ichi continued to maintain the illusion on the opponent, notified Yamato who was entangled with Yi Kang, and then left this dangerous battlefield without looking back. What's wrong? Yamato, who was originally fighting with Yi Kang, was still a little puzzled. He clearly saw that Ichi had made the opponent fall into the illusion, and the woman avoided Ichi's attack with her own unique ninjutsu. But in his opinion, it was only a matter of time for Ichi to defeat the opponent. Why did Ichi retreat without looking back just because some white paper appeared around the opponent? Detonating talisman? What? Detonating talisman? He didn't quite understand Ichi's answer. He had seen the opponent use detonating tags to block Ichi's ninjutsu attack before, but a mere detonating tag should not pose a threat to Ichi. All of them are. With a twitch of his lips, Ichi explained to Yamato. Then he ran away from Konan at his fastest speed. Looking back, Yamato carefully distinguished the lines on the white paper, and his face turned pale. He even wished he could grow 2 more legs so that he could leave the place quickly. With this number ... if they exploded at the same time, not only Yamato and Ichi, Yi Kang, who found something wrong, also changed his face and began to evacuate. But coincidentally, the direction she went was the same route as Ichi and the others. However, both sides didn't care about the enemies around them at this time, and they were running for their lives at the fastest speed. Damn, that woman is crazy. Yamato, who was always paying attention to the back, suddenly changed his face, and when he landed, he didn't step firmly, and almost fell from the tree. His whole face was sweating. This time we're dead. They didn't run far at all. Less than 300 meters away. With a terrifying number of those detonating tags, it was almost impossible for them to be safe and sound at this distance. And that woman, is she really crazy? He and the others can't escape, and she is in the center of the explosion. How can she be safe and sound? Even if you want to defeat the enemy, you don't have to do this. At this time, Taiga was desperate. It seems that I came at the wrong time. A familiar male voice sounded beside Ichi. As soon as Dong Shilang landed, he heard Yamato's words that he was about to die. Before he could figure out what happened, his keen intuition had already sent him a crazy alarm. Damn it! From the corner of his eye, he saw a circle of white shockwaves sweeping towards here. It was an explosion, a large-scale explosion. Only a shockwave of this scale could be generated. Let's go. There was no time to study why there was such an exaggerated explosion shockwave here. Dong Shilang's arms were placed on Ichi and Yamato's shoulders respectively. He was ready to perform the Flying Thunder God technique and take the two away from here. Then from the corner of his eye, he saw Yi Kang not far away. With the faint noise coming from behind him, Dong Shilang knew that this was a shockwave that was one step ahead of the sound and smashed the surrounding trees. Following these shockwaves, there was a deafening roar, and then a small mushroom cloud rose. This woman, Yi Kang, would not be able to hold on for more than a few seconds at this distance. However, he has no empty space in his hands now. Susanoo looking at the shockwaves getting closer and closer, Dong Shilang gritted his teeth, and a red skeleton arm stretched out from his body, grabbing Yi Kang in his hand. A layer of skeleton also appeared on his body, protecting him. Ichi and Yamato, cough. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Even with this delay, Dong Shilang couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood despite the protection of Susanoo. Time was too short, and the Susanoo he materialized could not withstand this wave of terrifying shockwaves at all. Chapter 494, Nagato in Danger. Ah, this is the art I pursue. In the sky, just after being rescued from the illusion by Scorpion, Deidara saw a black and red mushroom cloud. He couldn't help but uttered an almost amazed mutter. This kind of fleeting thing, what kind of art is it standing on the iron sand created by the wind shadow puppet? Scorpion curled his lips in disdain. Only things that can stand the tests of time can be called art. However, he didn't have the interest to argue with Deidara, a young boy, but looked at the scene on the distant mountaintop. Snake, Scorpion said in surprise. Didn't that slimy guy Orochimaru not participate in this operation? Orochimaru is still his teammate. But before this operation, the leader had arranged for him to perform other tasks. How could he appear here? And judging from the location, it should be the location of the leader's body. Okay, Deidara, don't sigh about these useless arts. Let's go to the leader to take a look. He was also very curious about what the leader's body looked like. How can it be useless art? This momentary brilliance is transcendence and sublimation. Seeing that Scorpion had no intention of paying attention to him, Deidara was a little unhappy. Forget it. Brother Scorpion doesn't understand art at all. Do you want to say that the explosion just now is art? Of course, yeah. Looking at the smoke and dust in the air that had not yet dispersed, Deidara said with a face full of longing, in the future, I must have art that is more brilliant and more perfect than this. Hey, Brother Scorpion, wait for me. As he was talking, Deidara found that Scorpion had already controlled the wind shadow puppet and took him to the direction where the big snake was. He was not listening to him at all. I don't know when it started, but fine snowflakes began to fall in the sky. This time it's really dangerous. The wood escape forest created by Tawashiro before was now covered with a thin layer of white snow by the snowflakes floating in the sky. Taking a deep breath, Tawashiro put away Susanoo, looked at Yi Kang next to him, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You woman, you hurt me badly this time. Looking at Yi Kang, who was already a little unstable, Dong Shilang did not go over to help her, but glared at her with some dissatisfaction. With his physical fitness, even if he was wrapped by Susanoo and affected by the explosion just now, he still suffered some minor injuries. This woman was just held by Susanoo's hand, and coupled with the difference in her physical fitness, her injuries were even more serious. Humphrey, no one wants you to save her. As she said this, Yi Kang held a tree trunk next to her and turned her head away from Dong Shilang. Oh, I shouldn't have saved you, right? Seeing that this woman was still stubborn at this time, Dong Shilang was furious. He took 2 steps to Yi Kang's side. What are you going to do? Snap! Before he could say anything, a crisp sound came. Asshole covering his buttocks. Yi Kang's whole face turned red, and it was not known whether it was because of injury or because of shame. Ichi and Yamato, take this woman and hide somewhere. Don't interfere with what's going on over there. Although the smoke blocked the view, he could still see what was happening on the top of the mountain. However, considering Yamato's strength, it would be better not to let them go over there. As for Yi Kang, he wasn't worried that she would run away. He had just put a mark on her, and this woman couldn't escape from his palm even if she ran to the ends of the earth. But then again, it felt really good. Yes. Ichi looked back and forth between Yi Kang and Tawashiro, and didn't ask anything. Swish. With a flash of his figure, Tawashiro had already arrived near the explosion point. This woman, Conan, is really rich. Picking up the Kusanagi sword on the ground, Toshiro looked at the huge pit in front of him, which was nearly 200 meters in diameter. In the middle of the pit, the land had already crystallized, and he couldn't help but start to complain. With such a huge destructive power, I wonder how many detonating tags this woman used at one time? After a brief sigh of admiration for Konen's generosity, Toshiro did not stay any longer, and in a few leaps, he rushed to the top of the mountain. I'll take your eyes. Having just arrived at Nagato's base, Obito was faced with a critical scene. He saw a scarlet tongue, one end of which was wrapped around Nagato's neck, and the other end was connected to Orochimaru's mouth. As the long tongue contracted, Orochimaru was rapidly closing in on Nagato. In his pair of vertical pupils, a look of greed, complacency, and joy of having achieved what he wanted emerged. Although the four symbols seal did not completely seal the opponent's chakra, it was impossible for Nagato to use the power of the six paths in a short period of time, and he, in just a moment, could get the eyes he had always dreamed of. Obito, Black Zetsu, who had also rushed over, almost exploded when he saw this scene. He did not even bother to conceal Obito's identity, and directly called out his name. Obito did not neglect it either. If Nagato's samsara was taken away by Orochimaru, his plan would be ruined. Whoosh! Just when Orochimaru's fingers were about to touch Nagato's eyes, a sound of breeze came from in front of him. Not good. The experienced Orochimaru secretly said that it was not good. Without any hesitation, he picked up the Kusanagi sword in his left hand and slashed at Nagato's neck with one sword. He was ruthless and left no room for maneuver. He planned to chop off Nagato's head directly. How could it not hit? The sword slashed into the air, and Orochimaru had no time to think about what had just happened. A black iron rod stabbed towards his head. Puff! At such a close distance, even Orochimaru's abnormal body could not avoid Nagato's attack. His brain was pierced through in an instant. However, this guy's body soon turned into a pool of flowing mud. After falling to the ground, twisting and rolling, it reformed into the shape of Orochimaru. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. As the saying goes, take advantage of your weakness to kill you. Orochimaru understands this principle. He pointed his left arm at the member of the organization that suddenly appeared, and 7 or 8 poisonous snakes as thick as his arms swam in the direction he pointed. And his right arm, like a noodle, twisted and stretched, avoiding the black stick in Nagato's hand, and rushed to Nagato from behind. At the same time, the long tongue in his mouth exerted force. With one hand, he pulled Nagato out of the machine under him and threw him to the side, in the direction of the Kusanagi sword. The restraint on his neck was tightened again, and Nagato was a little out of control and made a few vague sounds. But at this time, he still tried to control his balance, relying on his senses, turning the black stick in his hand and knocking open the Kusanagi sword behind him. He was now hit by the opponent's 4 symbols seal. However, the so-called 4 symbols seal is also composed of chakra. He only needs 2 or more breaths to make this ninjutsu invalid. But will this guy Orochimaru give him this chance? He. Let's see who can save you this time. Seeing the dangerous black stick in the opponent's hand, he turned around and slammed the long tongue that had thrown Nagato into the air into the ground. Bang! A cloud of dust rose up, and a human-shaped hole had been smashed on the ground by Nagato's body. Slurp! With a disgusting sound of slurping tongue, Orochimaru manipulated the poisonous snake in his hand and quickly retracted his tongue. At the same time, he brought the still dizzy Nagato to his side. Oops! Obito, who had just saved Nagato's life at the critical moment, looked at the several poisonous snakes in front of him and was a little helpless for a while. Orochimaru, you really deserve to die. Cursing angrily, Black Zetsu didn't care about anything else at this time. White Zetsu, hurry up. Although he knew that White Zetsu's combat power was average, at this time, he could only hope that this guy could be more reliable. At the same time, he also complained about the injustice of God in his heart. His elder and second brothers were so strong. Why were they so weak when it came to him? If he had their strength, how could he not save his mother for so many years? Now even the most critical samsara to save his mother was in danger. Would release Thorn killing technique. Although White Zetsu was unreliable in normal times, He showed his value now. He performed wood release very smoothly. Although it was not a high-level wood release, it was enough to block it. It turned out to be wood release. Looking at these trees that wrapped him in stone and came towards him again, Orochimaru was a little surprised. Click. After trying it, although the tongue could still move because of the slippery liquid on it, Nagato's body was obviously stuck. It seems that I can't strangle his neck directly. Although Nagato's neck was already overwhelmed, with the help of these wood releases, it was impossible for him to break the opponent's neck directly. Orochimaru felt a little regretful. But now time is running out. He already felt that the seal he cast was about to fail. The mouth opened to an angle that no human could possibly reach. What is this? Seeing the monster coming out of Orochimaru's mouth, Obito's one eye widened. This pervert, not to mention Obito, even the well-informed Black Zetsu, was shocked by the monster with a human head and a snake body that appeared from Orochimaru's mouth. This guy has completely deviated from the category of human. White Zetsu, who was controlling the wood release, muttered to himself when he saw this scene. He felt that compared to Orochimaru, he could still be considered a normal person. Quick, stop him. After a little surprise, Black Zetsu was the first to react. Seeing the actions of the monster that appeared from Orochimaru's mouth, he had no time to be surprised. He looked towards Obito in despair. Chapter 495 Rescue. Orochimaru, with a human head and a snake body, has a head that looks like a human and a snake. In that creepy big mouth, there are rows of triangular teeth, shining with a cold luster. In the center of the big mouth, there is a pink cavity similar to a blood vessel, and mist of unknown composition is gushing out. It is releasing poisonous gas. This is the body he used to perform the reincarnation, and he used it at this time. The samsara is mine. There was no extra time. The four symbols seal was about to lose its effect, and Orochimaru bit towards Nagato's head. He planned to bite off Nagato's head directly. As for Obito and White Zetsu, it was impossible for them to take the next step at this time. The white snakes fell off the snake's body and blocked them, making them helpless. Orochimaru, you dare! From a distance, an anxious and angry female voice came. Along with this female voice, a wheel-shaped weapon made of white paper came, cutting towards Orochimaru's head. It was Konan. The two white wings on her shoulders brought her here at the fastest speed, but the scene she saw made her hands and feet cold. In response to Konan's attack, a large number of small white snakes fell off Orochimaru's body, twisting and squirming in front of him, forming a small snake mountain, trying to block the opponent's attack. Boom. But it's a pity, how could there be no detonating tags in Konan's attack? Fortunately, because Nagato was nearby, Konan used very few detonating tags. It just barely blew up the snake mountain in front of him. Damn it. Looking at the attack that was just around the corner, Orochimaru was obviously a little angry. First, the new member who joined the organization used unknown means to help Nagato avoid his attack. Then it was Zetsu, the original intelligence officer, who actually used wood release to stop him again. Now it was Konan again. Seeing that the seal was about to fail and he hadn't got the samsara yet, Orochimaru's body began to swell violently. Yakutsu at this time, he had to use his trump card. As for Konan's attack, in front of his eight-headed technique, it was no different from tickling. Nagato, you, with the wings behind her flapping, Konan stood in front of Nagato, looking at the eight-headed snake opposite with an anxious look. She knew that with her own strength, it would be difficult to protect Nagato and block Orochimaru at the same time, and with her arrival, Obito and Zetsu also stood in front of Nagato. The look they gave Orochimaru was very unfriendly. Hiss. And in response to them, the hissing of snakes, four white snake heads stretched forward, biting Konan, Obito, Zetsu, and Nagato respectively. They looked like they would not give up until they achieved their goal. Oh no, it's snake venom. Obito, who was about to take action, suddenly shook his body and seemed to be unable to stand steadily. Not only him, but the white Zetsu next to him also had some reactions, and also felt that the chakra flow in his body became more difficult. The only one who was in a better situation in the field was Konan, who had just arrived. As for Nagato, he was the most poisoned person among all the people present. Orochimaru's tongue could not only be used to bind, but the wet mucus on it would evaporate when it came into contact with the air. This slowed down the speed of removing the seal for him. Explode. Turning around, Konan tore off the tongue on Nagato's neck without caring about the danger. She let out a low cry, and then the wings on her back spread out, wrapping her and Nagato. Boom. Just when Konan and Nagato were about to encounter the snake's kiss, the wheel-shaped ring weapon that Konan had used to block Orochimaru suddenly exploded. It turned out that her weapon made of white paper was actually made of detonating tags. At this critical moment, it blocked Orochimaru again. Puff. This kind of explosion was not worth mentioning for Orochimaru's current size, but it was not so easy for Konan, who was holding Nagato, and Obito and Zetsu next to him. In order to better protect Nagato, Konan's entire back was severely impacted, and a mouthful of blood sprayed on Nagato's face. The whole person's spirit suddenly became weak, and his face was as pale as paper. As for Obito, he was naturally unscathed. Even Zetsu was just a little embarrassed. At this moment, a gloating voice sounded. "TSK, TSK, TSK, who is it that made such a big fuss?" The Hokage robe was a little messy, but this did not affect Tawashiro's appreciation of the infighting between the members of the Akatsuki organization. It seems that the harvest this time should be quite large. The harvest he was talking about was naturally not Orochimaru's harvest, but his own harvest. Look at who are here. Konoha's rebel ninja Orochimaru, the second founder of the illegal organization Akatsuki, the executor and promoter of the Moon Eye Plan. As a Hokage, he is naturally irreconcilable with these people. If he can capture them all in one fell swoop, wouldn't the world be at peace in the future? His eyes swept over everyone one by one, and Tawashiro paid special attention to Zetsu. Not good being stared at by Tawashiro. Black Zetsu's heart was pounding. He didn't know if the other party had discovered something. However, for thousands of years, hiding in the dark and silently instigating the fight between the Uchiha and the Senju has made him very sensitive to some conspiracies and tricks. As soon as Tawashiro's eyes fell on him, he felt the breath of danger. He quickly controlled Zetsu's body and leaned towards the tree next to him. What's wrong with this guy? He just saw me and planned to run away? Looking at Zetsu, who was slowly blending into the trees next to him, Tawashiro tightened the Kusanagi sword in his hand and squinted his eyes to look at him. He began to calculate in his mind. Does this guy have other clones or something? As for Nagato, Obito and Orochimaru on the other side, they have been automatically ignored by him. Don't congratulate me yet. Tawashiro has become the fifth Hokage. A white snake raised its head, its mouth wide open, and a group of unknown objects squirmed a few times, revealing the figure of Orochimaru. But, fortunately, it was Orochimaru who was wearing clothes. I didn't expect that Sarutobi-sensei would let you become Hokage. It's really surprising. Come to think of it, I haven't given you a gift yet. What do you think of this pair of samsara eyes, Hokage? Although he said that he would give the samsara eyes to Tawashiro as a gift, Orochimaru looked at Tawashiro with a look of fear. He said this just to test Tawashiro's attitude. Samsara eyes. Turning his eyes to Orochimaru, Tawashiro regarded Orochimaru's proposal as bullshit. If he got Nagato's samsara eyes, how could this guy give it to him? No need. Orochimaru-senpai has already given a gift. As he spoke, Tawashiro raised the Kusanagi sword in his hand. Come to think of it, I can become Hokage thanks to the help of Orochimaru-senpai. It is true, if he hadn't gotten the impure world reincarnation from Orochimaru, the old man Sandaime would not have abdicated. There is still a fight to be had. I didn't expect that the ninjutsu could summon the first and second generations to help. There was some regret in the tone of Snake Uncle. If I had developed the ninjutsu earlier, there wouldn't be so much trouble this time. His energy in these years has been mainly on perfecting his ninjutsu of corpse rebirth, and he hasn't had time to upgrade the ninjutsu of impure world rebirth. Otherwise, this sneak attack on Nagato would have been much smoother with the help of the first or second generation. Also, although he felt a little regretful, he had to admit that this time he used Tawashiro to distract Nagato's energy. Then the plan of sneak attacking the opponent's body and seizing the samsara might fail. He didn't expect that even with Tawashiro consuming the opponent's chakra, there was still energy. But Nagato's chakra was still so abundant that he still had the strength to resist after being hit by the four symbols seal. And the ninjutsu of the new member was so weird. Zetsu? I always thought that the opponent was just an intelligence officer, but this time he actually performed wood release. It seems the secrets of the organization are more than I thought. Conan, feeling the warmth on his face, he looked at Conan, who was already shaky but still protected him in his arms. Nagato, who had already unlocked the four symbols seal, had a pair of lavender eyes that almost popped out of his eye sockets. The expression on his face was like a demon crawling out of hell, ferocious and terrifying. Orochimaru, you deserve to die. He spat out these words word by word, and then he hugged Conan with his backhand, looking at Orochimaru beside him with a cold gaze. Not only that, it seemed that he was too emotional, or for some other reason. Nagato, with a terrifying expression, seemed to have suddenly suffered from asthma, or respiratory spasm, and his breathing became more and more rapid. His body also twitched. Opportunity. Seeing this scene, although he didn't know why Nagato was like this, Orochimaru didn't intend to let go of this flaw, even if he might have to compete with Uchiha Toshiro for the Eyes of Reincarnation later. The prerequisite was to get the Eyes of Reincarnation off Nagato. Boom. With Orochimaru's control, this huge eight-headed snake rushed towards Nagato, and he himself did not stop his actions. He held a new Kusanagi sword in his hand, ready to take action at any time. Get lost. Although Nagato's body was not in good condition, he had 6 freely controllable pains around him, especially Tendo. He opened his hands and sent out a terrifying force field, which bounced the entire Yamato no Orochi far away. Then he looked at Toshiro. Damn, is he going to use a big move? Although it was just a corpse, the anger, fear, and murderous intent conveyed in it were still conveyed to Toshiro. Chapter 496, Earth-Shattering Star. Huff, huff. Nagato, who was manipulating the way of heaven, was breathing very fast. Did your body start to spasm because you were too emotional? When a person is emotionally excited, the body will produce a series of physiological reactions, including rapid breathing and increased heart rate. If the emotional excitement lasts for a long time or is severe, it may cause spasms of the respiratory muscles, resulting in symptoms such as difficulty breathing and chest tightness. And Nagato was obviously in this state. There should also be the factor of the samsara. Nagato obviously wanted to exaggerate, and Toshiro did not hesitate. Whoever caused the trouble should deal with it. Looking at Orochimaru, who was already hundreds of meters away, Toshiro said that this guy could only pray for the best. Nagato, don't be impulsive. Not only Toshiro, but also Conan, who was already seriously injured, noticed Nagato's abnormality. She had seen Nagato like this once. When Yahiko died, Nagato behaved similarly to now. It was just that this time it was her turn. I'm fine. After Nagato's outburst, the whole person became neither human nor ghost. If it happened again now, Nagato's body might not be able to bear it. Ignoring Conan's advice, Nagato was in extreme regret and fear. His own life and death were secondary. The key was Conan. In order to save him just now, Conan was seriously injured. If something happened to her afterwards, it would be too late to regret. Taking a deep breath, Nagato glanced at the back of Toshiro and Orochimaru in the distance, and smiled with satisfaction. He spread his clasped hands, and there was a small dark dot in his palms. Nagato, seeing that the matter was done, Conan sighed a little weakly, and then the whole person fainted uncontrollably. On the other side, Orochimaru looked at Nagato's actions. Although he was a little wary, he had absolute confidence in his eight-headed technique. His eight-headed technique was very different from other ninjutsu, that is, its regeneration ability was very terrifying. Being deflected by Tendu's Shinra Tensei, although he was a little embarrassed, he was fine in just a few breaths. That black dot. Looking at the black dot in Nagato's hand, Orochimaru frowned, but seeing the 6 paths of pain that were shaky beside Nagato, he still gritted his teeth and rushed towards Nagato. My speed seems to have increased. Because of the distance, Orochimaru still had a long distance to get close to Nagato, but as he walked, he felt that his speed was increasing. No, it's not that my speed is increasing. Looking around, the fallen leaves and branches slowly flew up from the ground, then the snowflakes in the sky and the stones and land on the ground began to float from the ground to the air against common sense. Orochimaru became more alert. Brother Scorpion, what is that? Looking at the black dot that suddenly appeared in the sky, Deidara, who had just arrived, asked Scorpion next to him. I don't know, it looks like a ninjutsu or something. Faintly, Scorpion felt a sense of danger. It seems something is not good. Let's go. Although he didn't know what it was, the ninja's intuition told him that he should stay as far away from that thing as possible, otherwise, the end would probably not be good. Ichi, let's go. Leave the vicinity. And Dong Shiliang, a flying thunder god, appeared behind Yi Kang, without any extra words, and directly carried the resting Yi Kang, ignoring the other party's objection, a few leaps, and walked towards the depths of the forest. Uchiha Dong Shiliang, what are you doing? Why don't you put me down? Dong Shiliang suddenly appeared behind her, and before she could react, after a dizzy spin, he was already on the other party's back. Snap, another crisp sound came, feeling the increasingly plump touch. Did I just hit it a little too hard? After asking himself, Dong Shiliang originally planned to reach out to help Yi Kang rub it, but he felt the movement behind him. He quickened his pace again and leaped away. Now is not the time to tease Yi Kang, that is, Yi Kang, who was carried on Dong Shiliang's back, originally planned to let him struggle again. But what he saw was really a bit of a subversion of his three views over the years. Is this really a ninjutsu that humans can use? It's not that Yi Kang didn't have any experience, but the situation behind him really didn't seem like something that could be done by human power. At the top of the mountain, large pieces of rocks, trees, and forests were rising from the ground and gathering towards a sphere in the sky. Could this terrifying scene be created by the leader? Ah, that ninjutsu is called Chibaku Tensei. The legendary Six Paths sage used this ninjutsu to seal an evil ghost that was causing trouble in the world. Having left the range of the Chibaku Tensei, Toshiro looked back at the huge stone ball hanging high in the air and explained it a little. Legend has it that the moon in the sky was created by the Six Paths sage using this ninjutsu. Six Paths sage? Ichi also looked back at the stone ball in the sky, his face full of disbelief. Aren't those all myths and legends? Who knows? There was no need to explain this kind of thing in detail. After putting Yi Kang down, Dong Shiliang looked at the stone ball with a diameter of several kilometers and the white figure in it, and couldn't help but feel a little gloating. Orochimaru, the sixth brother, probably won't be able to escape this time. Boom. From a distance, a deafening explosion sounded. On the surface of the stone ball, huge rocks broke away from the surface of the stone ball and began to fall to the ground. However, before these rocks fell to the ground, an invisible force field lifted them up and slowly rose to the sky. It's Deidara and Scorpion. The smoke and dust raised by the explosion quickly dispersed, and it can be seen that on the surface of the stone ball, two embarrassed figures took advantage of the explosion and began to quickly move away from the stone ball. Behind them, Orochimaru, who was also embarrassed, used some method to temporarily break free from the restraints of the stone ball. He began to think of a way to escape. These three guys, at this time, they are still fighting. It's really funny. Although they were all running for their lives, Deidara and Scorpion were obviously much calmer than Orochimaru. The two of them had obviously realized that this ninjutsu should be the leaders. Their lives should still be guaranteed. They just happened to see Orochimaru, the guy who betrayed the organization, and they just wanted to beat him when he was down. This time, it's really dangerous. Being sucked onto the surface of the stone ball again, Orochimaru obviously didn't want to give up struggling. With his mouth open, a brand new Orochimaru appeared again. He got rid of the squeezing of the rocks around him and came to the surface of the stone ball again. Boom. Before he could make any other moves, a dull explosion came from his side. Let me show you my art. Deidara was very proud of using detonating clay to interfere with Orochimaru's escape. At the same time, he looked around with unusual enthusiasm. Is this the leader's art? It's really amazing. This ninjutsu really made him not know how to describe it. He must develop an art that can surpass it. Damn it, He glanced at the kid next to him with a gloomy look. Orochimaru's body was like a ball of mud, eliminating most of the shock wave. Then he stuck out his tongue again and pierced a stone in the distance. The tongue was pulled back, and the whole person used this hard-earned reaction force to rush towards the ground. Before he could rush far, a long whip made of black iron sand came towards him. Although the iron sand whip was a little crooked due to the influence of gravity, it blocked Orochimaru's way very well. "Orochimaru, you should stay." Scorpion's expression was cold, without joy or sadness, just looking at Orochimaru quietly. But the meaning in his eyes was very clear. "With the two of us here, you can't leave." Scorpion and Deidara, once again being pulled to the stone ball by the inexplicable gravity, Orochimaru's face was so gloomy that water could drip out. However, he didn't have time to tangle with these two brats now. Transformed into a snake, Orochimaru was like a python, wandering on the surface of the stone ball for a while, leaving the vicinity of Scorpion and Deidara. The snake's mouth opened again, but this time, what appeared in the snake's mouth was no longer a tongue or a monster with a human head and a snake body, but a small white snake. Orochimaru's fingers flew and he quickly formed seals. Ninjutsu? Summoning technique. In a short time, Orochimaru had already thought of a way to save himself. He summoned a python from the Richi cave, let it swallow his little white snake into its stomach, and then returned to the Richi cave. Humphrey, wishful thinking. How could Scorpion watch Orochimaru escape? He had been unhappy with this guy for a long time. This opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he directly controlled the third Kazekage and followed him. Satetsu Shigure, seeing the little white snake in Orochimaru's mouth, he used the magnetic release without any hesitation. The range of the attack was quite large, covering Orochimaru, the python he summoned, and his little white snake. They were fighting fiercely here, while on the other side, Nagato frowned as he watched the battle in the sky and Orochimaru and the other two who had been sucked onto the stone ball by him, the fifth Hokage, escaped. Although Scorpion and Deidara were accidentally involved, there was no sign of Toshiro, so Nagato felt a little uneasy. It's Flying Thunder God. His Chibaku Tensei has a very wide range. The opponent was able to escape, probably because he used the space-time ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God. If he is at the level of the Six Paths Sage, even Flying Thunder God would not be able to escape the range of the ninjutsu. He just used this ninjutsu in a fit of rage. Now thinking about it, he was a little impulsive. But looking at Konan, who had fallen into a coma, Nagato did not regret it. At least he caught this guy Orochimaru. Chapter 497, Wrestling. Nagato, deal with Orochimaru first. A magnetic middle-aged male voice sounded. It was Obito, who used Kamui to avoid the Chibaku Tensei. Hokage didn't go far. Your current situation. Although the words were not said explicitly, the meaning was already very clear. Nagato's current situation is indeed not very good. However, compared with the original work, his current physical condition can barely withstand the consumption of Chibaku Tensei. While using the ultimate move, he can even barely maintain the six paths of pain. This is also the reason why Toshiro didn't think much and directly made a strategic shift. Hokage can only be dealt with next time. After being messed with by Orochimaru, he didn't have the heart to deal with the Hokage, and didn't say much, and agreed with Madara's opinion. And is the name Obito his real name? Looking at the masked man who was still pretending, Nagato remembered the name Zetsu had just called him. It seems that he should investigate the name Obito and what it means later. Finally stopped, looking at the huge stone ball hanging quietly in the sky from a distance. Toshiro also breathed a sigh of relief. This ninjutsu that can directly seal Kaguya is still very daunting. Ichi, I'm going to check the situation over there. You take care of the two of them. After giving instructions, Toshiro planned to go to Nagato to check this. Hokage-sama, this is too dangerous. Although the noise stopped, the Hokage-sama still had to go over and fight such a terrifying enemy. Both Yamato and Ichi advised him not to. It's okay, I've almost figured out the other party's situation. There's no danger. He already knew Nagato's situation, and he just said this to comfort the two of them. You be careful. Just as Toshiro was about to leave, a thin female voice sounded. Although the voice was small, All the masters present turned their heads to look at Ye Kang, who was a little embarrassed, especially Uchi. He looked at her, then looked at Toshiro, and his serious expression almost broke his defense. Even in his calm eyes, there was a look called curiosity. Haha, I didn't expect you to have such a side. After saying this to Dong Shiliang, Ye Kang's face flushed with pink, which opened Dong Shilang's eyes and made him feel that saving people this time was not a loss. That guy is powerful, but he is nothing compared to me. Without looking back, Dong Shilang's body burst out with a huge amount of chakra, and then a layer of red flames enveloped him. Let's go. He exerted force on his feet and immediately flew into the air. It was like a stream of red light, crossing the sky and flying towards Nagato's position. Boom. Nagato was about to take action and leave after killing Orochimaru. Before he started to move, a red light flashed, and the ground not far in front of him was covered by a layer of red chakra flames. Are you going to leave? Dong Shilang's somewhat playful voice came from the dazzling flames. Before he finished speaking, a red chakra longsword slashed down towards Nagato with the force of a mountain. Clang! A dull sound was heard. A half-body skeleton giant was seen, and the longsword in his hand was blocked by a fat pain. Dong Shiro did not use the complete form of Susanoo, facing humanoid enemies like Nagato and Obito. If he used the complete form, it would not be flexible enough. A half-body is enough. At most it can just be covered with a layer of armor. Hungry Ghost Path? Dong Shiro was not surprised that the attack was blocked. So, feeling that the chakra on the ninja sword in his hand was being consumed, Dong Shiro was not panicked. In the other arm, a long sword appeared again, and swept across from another direction, close to the ground. Shinro Tensei without the Hungry Ghost Path. Nagato's best defensive move is to use the Heavenly Path to deflect the enemy's attack. HMPH. With a cold snort, Toshiro said sarcastically, "Are you underestimating the Hokage too much?" After saying this, a golden luster leaped behind the Susanoo giant, and then there was the sound of metal chains clattering. Vajralock received a lot of chakra from Toshiro, and the diameter of the diamond chains cast by Susanoo this time reached nearly 1 meter. With Toshiro's control, these golden chains, one step ahead of Shinro Tensei, pierced towards Nagato and his men. However, the target was not Nagato or Obito, but the hill behind them. Boom! A muffled sound came, and with Nagato Shinro Tensei, Toshiro's Susanoo was under great pressure. Even though he had prepared in advance and injected a lot of chakra into the ground, he still began to move behind him, plowing a deep gully on the ground. Stop! With Toshiro's light shout, it only retreated more than 10 meters, and the other two arms of Susanoo grabbed 3 chains respectively. As Susanoo's 2 arms exerted force, the chains that fell far behind Nagato were broken straight, and Susanoo, just as Toshiro said, stopped retreating. Now, let's see who has more strength. Seeing the retreating momentum stop, Toshiro grinned at Nagato on the opposite side. Go back. Susanoo's hands kept moving despite the repulsive force of Shinro Tensei, and as the golden light surged behind him, the chains were tightening little by little. Roar! Golden light flashed in Susanoo's eyes, and he roared and began to exert force again. This guy, not only Tendu, but even Nagato felt the effort at this time, were gnashing his teeth. After finally getting a few words out of his mouth, his face turned red, his expression was like constipation, and the painting style suddenly changed. What, can't you hold on? Looking at Nagato, who was exerting force on the opposite side, Toshiro's expression remained the same, and he challenged him again. I haven't really exerted my strength yet. At this point, it was no longer a contest of ninjutsu. It was a wrestling match. Nagato was going to bounce Toshiro away, while Toshiro was going to use the reaction force to make the other party bear it all. This kind of wrestling match was about who had stronger chakra and stronger willpower, without any other tricks. As Toshiro and Nagato wrestled, the snowflakes in the sky fell. Before they landed between Toshiro and Nagato, they were disturbed by an invisible force field. In an instant, they were twisted into a primitive liquid, and before the liquid landed on the ground, they were shaken into mist again by this terrifying force. In the distance, the mountain top pierced by the diamond chain, The chain penetrated near the mountain body, and because it carried a terrifying force, some rocks that could not withstand the force collapsed. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the land between Toshiro and Nagato. It seemed to be a chain reaction. Following the first crack, the second and third cracks soon appeared. Then these cracks began to expand rapidly, as if the earth could not bear the huge force of the two. The situation doesn't look good. After appearing, Obito, who had been beside Nagato, looked at Nagato, who was already overwhelmed, and then looked at Toshiro, who seemed to still have some strength left. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Nagato had just used Chibaku Tensei, and with Orochimaru's sneak attack, he was somewhat overwhelmed in dealing with Toshiro. Not only him, but even Black Zetsu, who was hiding far away, saw that the situation was not favorable for Nagato, but he could only worry. He had a hunch. If he continued to hang around in front of Toshiro, the other party might give up on Nagato and target him directly. Mobilizing all his strength and feeling the terrifying reaction force coming towards him, Nagato did not dare to relax at all. The chewing muscles on his face bulged high, and combined with his thin face, he looked a little funny. Madara. Nagato uttered Madara's name with difficulty, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This was because he bit too hard and it seeped out from the roots of his gums. What was even more troublesome was that as he spoke, the pressure he faced became even more terrifying. Because he was using too much force, his nostrils began to bleed red blood. He really tried his best, but the power of the fifth Hokage opposite him seemed to be endless. No matter how much power he burst out, the other party could steadily catch it and pass it on to him. As time passed, the wrestling continued. He felt that even if he didn't use the Chibaku Tensei, he might not be able to outlast the other party in his best condition. As a last resort, he began to call for Madara's help. "Oh, can't you bear it?" Looking at Nagato, who had reached his limit and started to call for help, Toshiro seemed to be at ease. Speaking was not as difficult as Nagato. His eyes skipped Nagato and looked at Obito beside him. In his pair of scarlet Meixiang, there was a hint of a smile. Obito was startled by Toshiro's look. Thinking about how miserable he was beaten by Toshiro last time, Obito felt his throat dry, and even the Kamui that was about to be launched suddenly stopped. "What, you forgot the pain after the wound healed?" Seeing that Obito was still eager to try, Toshiro raised his eyebrows, and the smile in the corner of his eyes made Obito's face twitch. It was really because Toshiro hit him too hard last time, causing him to stay out of bed for half a month. This was because he had half of the white Zetsu. If an ordinary ninja was beaten by Toshiro, he thought that the other party would have to lie in bed for 3 to 5 months. "It seems that I didn't hit him lightly last time." For a naughty kid like Obito, he only had one word: beat him up. If he didn't beat him up so much that he was afraid of him, he would have been a Hokage in vain. Rubbing his hands, Toshiro felt that his hands were itching. If this kid didn't open his eyes this time, he would let this kid know what the earnest teaching of his elder brother is. Chapter 498 Wood Dragon. Crack, crack, crack. On a wooden machine, the red-haired Nagato struggled to resist the oncoming force. Force is mutual. When you push something, there will also be an opposite force acting on you. If the ability of Shinra Tensei is used to push the target away at once, it will be fine. If the opponent is not pushed away after using it, the opposite force will be borne by the caster. Looking back, Nagato sat on the machine again, especially after hearing this series of crisp sounds. Obito did not have extra time to hesitate. What's more, Nagato has already started to slide backwards with the machine under him, and it is obvious that he can no longer hold on. At this point, there is no need to be afraid. Gritting his teeth, Obito's body once again became virtual and disappeared on the spot. Obviously, he has made a choice. Even if he is beaten up by Toshiro, he must help Nagato overcome this difficulty. He has already understood that he and others cannot really defeat Toshiro today. However, he still has Nagato and 2 others, and they cannot fall into Toshiro's hands no matter what. Otherwise, everything will be over. As for Black Zetsu, he didn't consider it at all. "Boy, you are very brave." Dongshiro turned his head slightly and looked behind him, saying indifferently, "There, a vortex-shaped space ripple appeared. Obito obviously intended to attack him from behind. The only thing that surprised him was that Obito had the courage to go directly into his Susanoo. He was really brave. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as Obito appeared, giant shurikens with a diameter of about 1 meter spun and cut towards Toshiro. The targets of these shurikens were either his neck, head or upper body. Obviously, Obito had no intention of holding back. With a few crisp clangs, Obito watched those shurikens pass through Tongshiro's body and then hit those red chakra bones. He was stunned for a moment. This scene seemed familiar. Pulling out the ninja sword from his waist, Obito planned to try again. However, before he could make any move, a bright sword light slashed towards his head. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably dodge subconsciously, but Obito completely ignored the opponent's attack and slashed at Tawashiro's head with the same sword. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? In the dark space, red lightning flashed at the edge of the space, bringing a touch of light to the space. The two heads floating in the air were just suspended in the space alone, looking at each other. The long-haired head grinned at the masked head opposite, revealing a row of white teeth. Oh, it seems that a special welcoming ceremony has been prepared for me. Looking at the kunai shuriken shot at him from the kami space below, Tawashiro was disdainful. It was normal for Obito to be on guard. However, what use would it be to him to rely on just some crossbows, or the black spells that were looming in it? For him, this kind of low-level thing can be easily cracked without any effort. Kenji is indeed Kenji. Before these attacks get close, Tawashiro's head rushed forward and hit Obito's mask with a headbutt. Bang! A muffled sound came, and then the two heads disappeared in this different dimension. You can actually control kami so skillfully. Obito's head returned to reality again, and he was a little dazed. He didn't expect that Tawashiro could not only open the kami space, but also perform such delicate operations like him. This made him a little at a loss for what to do. He knew his own abilities too well. No matter whether it was ninjutsu or taijutsu, they were useless to kami. As for illusions, why, without the power of the Meixiang, you don't know how to fight the enemy. Seeing Obito's unbelievable look, Tawashiro didn't tolerate this guy. Behind the body, a shadow appeared, and with a flash, it disappeared on the spot. Oh no! Obito, who was still a little dizzy, woke up all of a sudden when he saw the familiar black shadow. Then he jumped up like a frightened rabbit and disappeared into Tawashiro's Susanoo. This is trouble. Obito has realized that as long as he gets close to Tawashiro, he can open his kami space at will. Whether it is to dodge attacks or anything else, it is not a problem for him. He secretly glanced into the kami space. He saw that another Tawashiro destroyed all the traps he prepared in a few seconds, and he was even more upset. In the kami space, where it overlaps with reality, can he use my ability freely? Standing behind Susanoo, Obito was a little confused. He didn't know if his guess was right. You guy, you are not that stupid. Seeing that Obito had discovered the problem, Tawashiro didn't mean to hide it. The facts were indeed as he thought. With Obito as the center, the range where kami and reality overlap is the range where he can freely activate kami in reality. No more idle chatter with you. Your companions can't wait any longer. Obito should be thankful. If Nagato hadn't dispersed most of his strength, he wouldn't have let Obito go. However, it seems that the clone he put into the kami space is enough to give this guy a hard time. On the other side, Nagato was struggling to hold on. From the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a massive white unknown substance appear beside him. Then it continued to twist and expand, turning into a mass of something like Enrigo. Then it slowly stuck to his body. Nagato, it's me, Zetsu. Just when Nagato was wondering if this was Uchiha Tawashiro's trick and if he was going to be finished this time, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Don't resist, I'm here to help you. Although Nagato was confused, he was wrestling with Tawashiro now, and he didn't dare to move at all, let alone ask. Zetsu obviously understood this and hurried to explain. I will pass on chakra to you later to fight against the Hokage. Although Black Zetsu didn't dare to approach Tawashiro, he still dared to drive White Zetsu. Knowing that Obito, this idiot, was unreliable, he placed his last chip on Nagato. He didn't seek to defeat Uchiha Toshiro now, but just hoped that nothing would happen to Nagato. Is this a chicken blood injection? Feeling the increasing pressure on himself, Toshiro ignored Obito. A Yinsaku clone was enough to teach him a lesson. So it was this thing. Looking at Nagato quietly, Toshiro was not panicked by being covered by a layer of white substance. It was just a white zetsu? Even if it had some effect, the effect was limited. In this case, let's strengthen it again. The long sword originally held in Susanu's other hand slowly dissipated, and the empty hands formed seals. Wood style, wood dragon technique. Since Nagato is looking for external help, don't blame him for not being martial. With Susanu's control, a dark green vine broke through the ground beside Toshiro, and then began to grow rapidly. In just a few breaths, a wooden dragon with a body length of nearly 200 or 300 meters appeared. After wandering on the ground, it bypassed the force field between Toshiro and Nagato and pounced behind Nagato. For him, using wood release was not a difficult task. In fact, his wood release was more powerful than Yamato's, especially after he merged with the Ten-Tailed chakra. He could clearly feel that his wood release had reached a new level. It was like two different abilities from Yamato's wood release. Not good. Seeing this scene, Nagato, who had just received the help of White Zetsu, saw the wooden dragon attacking before he could catch his breath. This ninjutsu was not easy to deal with at first glance. Nagato, you can try to move your legs. Faced with this situation, White Zetsu had no good solution. Apart from giving Nagato some chakra, he could do very little. Helping Nagato walk was the biggest help he could think of for Nagato. As for performing wood release like Toshiro, it is impossible to do it just by wearing him. Feet? Nagato was obviously stunned when he heard what White Zetsu said. He had no feeling in his feet for many years. If he could walk, it would be good news. But now is not the time to try walking, because the wooden dragon controlled by the Hokage is just a few winding ones, and it has come behind him. Whether it is walking or anything else, he must wait until he has dealt with the Hokage. This attack is not easy to deal with. Pain beside Nagato has seen the scene behind him for him. The wooden dragon did not attack him directly, but turned around and let the back half of its body brush the ground and pull towards him. Summoning technique squeezed out a part of chakra with difficulty, manipulated the animal path to summon another summoned beast, trying to let it block the wooden dragon on the opposite side. This is the limit of what Nagato can do. However, he still underestimated the wooden dragon on the opposite side. Humphrey, useless. Seeing Nagato's response, Toshiro did not agree. If the attack of the wood dragon was so easily blocked by a summoned beast, it would not have made the tailed beasts shudder. Try harder. Seeing that Nagato was still trying to struggle, Susanoo roared again under the control of Toshiro. Even the golden chain in his hand seemed to be unable to withstand the wrestling of both sides and made a crackling sound. Boom. As expected by Toshiro, the wood dragon's attack method remained unchanged. After the obstacle was blown away with one tail, the remaining force continued to sweep towards Nagato. As for Nagato, after Toshiro's great power, he was no longer able to stop it. Chapter 499, The Outer Path Golem. The place was filled with smoke and dust. Nagato. Lost, Obito sighed helplessly as he looked at Nagato, who was being attacked by the wood dragon and Toshiro and was already flying. He could not do anything now. There was still a big trouble waiting for him to solve in the Kami space. This is going to be a one-shot deal. Looking at Toshiro controlling the wood dragon and surrounding all the pains in the middle, Obito could not help but feel a little headache. Although Nagato now has the help of White Zetsu, without the 6 paths of pain, he still has no advantage against Toshiro. Let go of Yahiko and Konan. Not long after, Nagato, who was wrapped in white unknown substances, looked at Konan and Yahiko, who were tightly entangled by the wood dragon. He looked at Toshiro and Susanoo with a ferocious expression. Those 6 paths and so on were fine, but Yahiko's body and Konan's safety were the shackles he could not let go of. Nagato, let's retreat first. White Zetsu said he was helpless about Nagato's insistence on rushing over. If he hadn't helped to block the attack just now, Nagato would have crashed headfirst into the mountain behind him. With such a terrifying force, coupled with his weak body, It is possible that he would have been killed. It seems that you haven't faced reality yet. Looking at Nagato flying in the air, Toshiro sneered. This guy wouldn't think that with the assistance of a white Zetsu and being able to walk, he can challenge him. Although it is said that the original body of the Rinnegan can possess the power of the 6 paths, but there is a saying that there is strength in numbers. There is still a difference between dealing with one person and dealing with 6 people. Without saying a word, Susanoo let go of the golden chain in his hand and slashed again. With both hands stretched forward, Nagato blocked Susanoo's slash this time, and at the same time, his figure fell from the air. You forced me to do it. Looking at Konan trapped by the wooden dragon, Nagato's eyes widened, and it was not known whether the corner of his eye was injured because he used too much force or was injured when he was knocked away just now. A tiny crack appeared, and a stream of red liquid slowly flowed into his eye socket along the corner of his eye. It made him look even more ferocious and crazy. You forced me to do all this, Nagato shouted hoarsely and pressed his palm to the ground. Summoning technique, Outer Path Demon Statue. Looking at Konan, who was still twitching from time to time, and Yahiko's body in a coma, Nagato summoned the Outer Path Demon Statue regardless of his body's deficiency. This is, summoning the Outer Path Demon Statue, originally thought that this thing would extract his own chakra again, but things seemed to have changed a little, and this change also restored a bit of clarity to his hysterical mind. From the white unknown substance on the surface of his body, a thing that looked like a tentacle and a piece of wood extended out. It plunged into the top of the Outer Path Demon Statue, and as the chakra connected with the demon, a feeling of control emerged. He could feel a faint voice coming from the Outer Path Demon Statue. That sound seemed like a cry, but also like hatred. Hungry? Does this golem want to eat? As for hatred, this guy seems to have a deep malice towards everything in the outside world. But now is not the time to think about these. Feeling the chakra being rapidly consumed, Nagato did not dare to neglect it, and controlled the golem to attack. This is really a surprise. Seeing the Outer Path golem, Dong Shilang's first reaction was disbelief. Unexpectedly, Nagato, a sickly man, dared to summon the Outer Path golem at this time, and was not afraid of being drained by the golem. Then he was overjoyed. If he could have the Outer Path golem, the time to awaken the samsara would be greatly shortened. Since the Outer Path golem has come out, I won't be polite. A terrifying burst of chakra erupted from Dong Shilang's body, and Susanoo's body slowly grew taller. He became a chakra giant wearing a red robe and about the same height as the Outer Path golem. Then, a layer of chakra armor appeared, wrapping the important parts of the chakra giant tightly. This is really an intoxicating feeling standing on the head of the perfect Susanoo, looking at the sky, the earth, the mountains and the forests outside through the diamond-shaped chakra. Toshiro has a feeling that everything is under his feet. Is this the strength of the Hokage-sama? From a distance, he watched a nearly 100-meter-tall, red chakra giant fighting with an equally huge, weird-looking giant. We are not at the same level at all. Although he was a little unwilling, Yamato knew that he was not even cannon fodder in a battle of this level. The wind pressure caused by the two giants' casual collision was not something he and others could contend with. Ichi, you can do this. He looked at the figure next to him, who seemed a little thin, and swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. It is said that this Hokage's clansman has also opened the legendary eyes. Could it be that his strength is also so terrifying? Noichi also looked at the distance without blinking, and answered without turning his head, I can't do this now. How much pupil power does it take to control Susanoo of this level? There is no need to think about it. It is a terrifying amount. Maybe I will never reach this level in my lifetime. Even with the eye drops of the Hokage, facing this consumption, it is just a drop in the bucket. Not only the two of them, Yi Kang on the side also stared at the giant fighting in the distance in a daze. She knew that the leader was powerful, and it was true that Dong Shilang was a master, but the power displayed by the two now was beyond her understanding. Ha ha ha. Finally I feel a little excited. Controlling Susanoo and fighting with the Outer Path Demon Statue for several rounds, Dong Shilang felt his heart pounding. There was also a desire to fight that permeated from the depths of his blood, and he couldn't help but laugh. At his current level, There are almost no people in the ninja world who can fight with him. He has strength, but he doesn't feel like he has an opponent. Over the years, he has no interest in some battles. He envied Madara and the first generation immensely. Although they had loved and hated each other for their entire lives, he had to admit that a large part of their feelings for each other was because they were each other's biggest rivals. They both had a goal to strive for. When they had practiced hard and their strength had leapt, there was someone who could accompany them in a hearty battle. How could they not appreciate each other? The Scarlet Giant slowly stepped back 2 steps, shaking the ground. His right arm clenched into a fist and his body arched slightly. "Give me more pleasure." With Tawashiro's wild laughter, the Scarlet Giant suddenly stepped forward and punched the golem opposite with a punch that had been built up for a long time. On the other side, Nagato gritted his teeth and was no less powerful, punching Tawashiro opposite. The 2 huge fists had not really touched each other yet. It was just the wind from their fists that swept the snowflakes flying all over the sky around them, forming a snow-white tornado. However, this kind of thing was not even a tickle for the 2 giants. Boom! As the power and faith they carried collided, a white shockwave shot out from the place where their fists collided. The snowflakes that were originally flying around the 2 giants, as well as the tornado that had just formed, were all shattered when they came into contact with this ripple-like wave. They turned into white mist again, covering the 2 giants, making it difficult for the people outside to see the details. Ha ha ha. Very good. That's it. Feeling the pleasure transmitted from the depths of his heart, Dong Shilang did not stop. He stepped back a few steps and pulled away. Behind Susanoo, another arm stretched forward, and a chakra long sword with a sheath was grasped by Susanoo. "Don't die." Susanoo was flapped by the wings behind him, and the annoying water vapor around was dispelled. In front of Dong Shilang, Nagato was half kneeling on the head of the demon fairy. Is this not enough? Looking at Nagato, who was already panting a little, a dull feeling made Dong Shilang not even interested in drawing his sword. "If that's all, you can die." Tawashiro was not satisfied with Nagato's weakness. How did he say it in his previous life? "I've taken off my pants, and you show me this." Since Nagato could no longer bring him more pleasure in battle, there was no need for him to exist. "Nagato, I can't hold it back." Although he had his own help, Nagato's physical condition was not optimistic, and he could not withstand the pressure of the golem at all. The white Zetsu who possessed him clearly felt this. His original intention was that it was almost enough, and it was time to prepare to retreat, but Nagato, who was concerned about Konan, obviously did not intend to give up. "I know." Wiping the blood from his nose, Nagato pushed himself again, trying to squeeze more chakra out of his body. As Nagato exerted force again, his nosebleed spurted again, and even his teeth were broken by him because he was too strong. He also became thinner visibly. Roar! A giant chakra dragon emitting a lavender glow was spit out from the mouth of the golem. Finally, something interesting. Looking at the giant chakra dragon surrounding the golem, Tawashiro's mouth twitched. Leaving Konan and Yahiko behind, the wooden dragon that crushed the other pains to pieces, under his control, coiled a few times on the ground and entangled with Susanoo. "Go to hell." Without hesitation, Susanoo drew out the long sword in his hand, and with a shocking sword energy, he slashed towards Nagato on the opposite side. Since Nagato wanted to save Konan, he had no choice but to control the chakra dragon and rushed over. Boom! The earth shook and rocks splashed. With the collision of Susanoo and the golem, the wooden dragon and the chakra dragon, the top of the mountain could not withstand the burst of their power and began to collapse slowly. Chapter 500 Headache. Under the gloomy sky, heavy snow fell like silver ghosts, silently falling in the silent forest. The low clouds were cut by an invisible sword, and became intermittent as the clouds flowed. The top of the primeval forest was in a mess. Rocks collapsed, trees fell, and the snow was trampled beyond recognition. The figures of the 2 giants were blurred in the wind and snow, and only their angry eyes and violent movements could be seen. The air around was frozen, and the silence was left with only the sound of the wind and snow and the roar of the giants. This primeval forest, which was once peaceful, has now become desolate and dilapidated because of this battle. This battle has become the nightmare of this forest. Bang! A burst of white smoke spread, and only the embarrassed Nagato was left on the spot. Is the summoning lifted now? Looking at Nagato, who was breathing heavily, Toshiro was a little disappointed. However, Nagato had obviously tried his best to fight him to this extent. Boom boom boom. As the ground trembled, the red giant took his own steps and slowly approached Nagato. Although it was a chakra manifestation, this giant seemed to have a physical body, and every step he took crushed the gravel on the ground into powder. The chakra longsword in his hand was raised high, and there was no mercy in Toshiro's eyes, even though Nagato himself was a miserable person. However, there are more than tens of millions of miserable people in this world. If he had mercy on them, how could he take care of them? Kill! The Susanoo giant swung down with a sword, and a red sword energy cut through the raging cold wind and flying snowflakes. It fell towards Nagato. If nothing unexpected happened, Nagato would not be able to block his sword after he accumulated power. The roar came again, and a long sword mark appeared in the deep forest, like a clear dividing line, dividing the forest into two halves. It's the memory of the Yinden clone. Just as he was about to put away the Susanoo, an inexplicable chakra was transmitted to his mind in a way that he didn't understand. Obito, this guy is really desperate if nothing unexpected happened. The accident did happen. Obito, this guy, actually risked his own death to take Nagato into his kami space, and then followed him into it. Even his ability was exposed to Nagato. It seems that this guy is also desperate. This was also forced by Toshiro. If Obito didn't do this, it would not only be Nagato. He felt that he might also be killed by Toshiro. As for the matter of exposing his ability to Nagato, it could only be discussed later. If Nagato died, it would be meaningless to hide his ability. He ran fast after feeling it. The flying thunder god seal that he left in the kami space was quite far away from here. But, does this kid think that this can stop me from killing Nagato? This kid actually played a trick in front of him. He took Nagato into the kami space, thinking that with Nagato's help, he could disperse the clones he left in the kami space. Naive. If it weren't for the Yinden clone's automatic dissolution, it would be impossible to defeat Nagato's clone with only Nagato's chakra depleted and Obito, who was half-baked. As for the automatic dissolution of the clone, it was because after some attempts, it was found that there was no way to defeat Nagato in a short time, so it automatically dissolves to pass on the message to him. Do you want to kill these two guys here? Standing on Susanoo's head, Toshiro quietly looked at the scenery in the distance. Over there, that was the direction Obito escaped. His real body, with just a thought, can appear in the kami space again. As for Nagato, even if he has Uzumaki bloodline and amazing recovery ability, he can only fight with the clone, in front of his real body. It's just so-so. Collecting the tailed beasts, the Fourth Ninja World War, the Moon Eye, and the agreement just signed. Toshiro frowned and thought for a while, and he felt that there was no need to kill them both. As for the reason, he needed a bad guy. If he wanted to quickly usher in peace in the ninja world, he needed someone to play the bad guy. Otherwise, with the grievances accumulated in the ninja world for so many years, it would be impossible to let everyone put aside their prejudices just by relying on a piece of paper contract. Only when Nagato and Obito, these two people, posed a real threat to the 5 major countries, would these people really reach a preliminary reconciliation. Just like in the original work, the reason why Naruto and his generation can live in peace is that Obito, his Fourth Ninja World War, and Madara's Moon Eye plan, it can be said that they have made an indispensable contribution. After all, their own ancestors really hung everyone on the sacred tree like bacon. Any guy with a normal mind would probably have to reflect on it. The ninja world has never lacked lunatics and geniuses. If everyone continues to fight like this, would there be another Madara who will gather the 9-tailed beasts again and summon Kaguya? At that time, they may not have a protagonist to save the situation. I hope you two will not let me down. There is also a reason for letting Obito go several times. I just don't know that with my butterfly and this so-called peace agreement, in the future Fourth Ninja World War and Moon Eye plan, can the peace of the ninja world be made more lasting? Madara, let me out. I want to save Konan and Yahiko in the kami space. On the messy ground, Various crossbows and seal scrolls were scattered all over the ground. A red-haired man wearing white armor was walking around anxiously. It was Nagato with a sunken cheek. He was very grateful to Obito for saving his life at the critical moment. However, more important than his life was that Konan and Yahiko's bodies fell into the hands of Toshiro. How could he stay in the kami space? No, you will die if you go without thinking. Obito rejected it flatly. Although Nagato has recovered some strength now, compared with Uchiha Toshiro, he is simply a world apart. It is estimated that after a few rounds, Nagato will not be able to hold on. Even if I die, I want to die with them. Nagato's attitude remained firm. Even though he knew he couldn't beat Uchiha Toshiro, he still didn't change his mind. After finally rescuing Nagato, this guy actually wanted to go out and die. Obito would never agree to that. But he understood Nagato's decision very well. Wasn't he the same person before? You may not be able to rescue Konan if you go, but, with a flash of inspiration in his mind, Obito persuaded, if you survive, Konan still has a glimmer of hope to survive. I know Uchiha Toshiro. This guy is a little soft-hearted. He won't kill Konan on the spot. Obito originally wanted to say that Toshiro was the most lustful guy. Seeing Konan, he might have lustful thoughts. Konan should not be killed by him immediately. However, seeing Nagato's anxious expression, he quickly changed his words. He was afraid of irritating Nagato again. You should know that with our strength, we can't beat the Hokage in a head-on battle, but it is still possible to rescue a prisoner from Konoha. With Zetsu's information, your combat power, and my kami space, there is no problem at all in taking one person out of Konoha. Seeing that Nagato was somewhat tempted, Obito continued to persuade him. You don't have much combat power now, so you should recuperate for a while and wait until Zetsu finds out about Konan's condition. Only then can we take action. Such a long paragraph is already Obito's limit. If Nagato still refuses, he can only helplessly say that you have the ability to go out by yourself. This is also possible. Nagato was obviously persuaded, but he still added, but how can you be sure that Konan will not be killed on the spot by the Hokage? Although it sounds good, these are just empty words from Obito's mouth. No matter how anxious he is, he will not bet on Konan's life. TSK. On the stone ball suspended in the sky, Toshiro landed on it with Susanoo, and couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Chakra is really a wonderful thing. It can make a stone ball float in the air without any support. Not only the stone ball, but also the moon in the sky, are actually artificially made. This is really amazing. These three guys are in it after a little sensing. The chakras of Orochimaru, Sasori, and Deidara are in it. This harvest is still very good. I actually caught these three guys at once. In addition to Konan, Meixiang, and half of the Akatsuki organization's manpower were captured by him. This is really. Life is unpredictable. But I can't transport this stone ball back to Konoha. Looking at the stone ball in front of him with a diameter of several kilometers, Toshiro was a little troubled again. After estimating, if Susanoo used all his strength, he should be able to split the stone ball. But these three guys, once they get out of trouble, will not follow him back to Konoha honestly. Especially Orochimaru. This guy has many ways to escape. Even if he seals him, he is not absolutely sure that he can control this guy. If we can control this guy and let him work for us, wouldn't it be wonderful? What a headache. Rubbing his forehead, Toshiro has a feeling that he has no idea where to start with Orochimaru. It is probably that even the puppet spells of Madara don't work, but this guy doesn't have to spend any effort. Just changing his body can solve all the problems. As for starting from the soul, he really has no idea about this. Is there anyone in the ninja world who can surpass Orochimaru in the study of the soul? Toshiro racked his brains, but he still couldn't figure out how to deal with Orochimaru. He can't just kill him. P.S. He might be locked up in a small dark room in the next chapter. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.